let me go to Brandon out of Canada. Brandon, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
All is well, Brandon.
I'm calling to. I listened to the church yesterday. It was an amazing church,
Thank you.
and 2 days ago, I I woke up in fear, but and it's funny because the day before I realized that how simple life really is, and I remember before I used to want to want popularity. I had goals and dreams, and all of that was just a way of trying to fill the emptiness that I had.
Yes.
And after getting back to the Father, and I've been working on myself for 2 years now, and I keep doing the silent prayer every night, and I forgave my parents too as well. And now that this emptiness is being filled, it's like I want a simple life now. Like I noticed that I don't want those things anymore.
Right.
And let's take for an example, like I could talk to people, and before I used to go like party, and and I had to be with people every day. Now most of the times I see like maybe one person per month, and even when I see a person, people, like maybe for a couple of hours, and then I'm like, okay, I want to go back to my stuff. Like I noticed that I love being alone now, but not in like in a way that, oh, I just want to be alone and I don't want to talk to people. Just I'm okay with being alone.
Absolutely. Nice.
And so 2 days ago I woke up in fear, but Jesse, it was the kind of fear that I woke up and I thought I was going to die. Like in that dream, the devil was showing me like, you're gonna lose all your clients with your business. Somebody was pointing a gun at my head, and when I woke up, I was breathing so hard, and I thought I was really gonna die. Like I never felt that kind of fear before. And instead of making a phone call, and then when I woke up at maybe 3 a.m. in the morning, the devils was telling me like, "Oh, make a phone call, or go on Instagram, or go watch TV." But then I heard your voice telling me, "Go through it and sit in it, and don't run away from it." So I just sat in it, and for like about 5 minutes, it was so horrible. But after 5 minutes, it's like it just disappeared, and the fear just left. And then I could see that it was never my fear to begin with. And during that 5 minutes, it was like hell. I wanted to quit it, to go watch a TV, to go eat food. I wanted to do anything but to sit through it. But I decided just to sit through the pain, and it was amazing how it left after that.
Amazing, man. I totally understand it. You got to stay with it, and it only gets better. And that's what we all, if we want to be free, we got to go through the valley of the shadow of death. And to sit in that fear and do nothing about it, whatever the emotion is or the thought and emotions are, you have to sit and go through the valley of the shadow of death, and God is with you. Amazing. And the last thing the
Wow.
average person want to do is to go through the valley of the shadow of death. They'll quote that prayer or whatever, this psalm or whatever it is. They'll quote it, but to live it and go through it is a different story. Right on, man.
Yeah, it's really a different story. That's right. And I noticed something else too. I watch a lot of your interviews,
Yes.
and I noticed that sometimes, let's say you talk about a subject with a guest, and I see that when you see when you see that the guest is just not going to answer the question, or that you see that he can see, you just move on to another subject. And I realized that because sometimes, like, let's say I have a conversation with a person, and I'm just going to tell him, like, and I see that he's angry about something or whatever, I'm just going to, let's say I ask him, how are things with your father or whatever. And then I see that he doesn't really want to get better or anything. Before, I would want to, like, convince him and tell him, like, really try to explain to him. And now I just see that he doesn't really want it, and I just move on. And I just ask another question. And when I saw that you were doing that in some interviews, I found that really interesting because I see that sometimes people really just doesn't want it, so you just move on.
And why did you want why before you wanted someone else to get better? Why did you want that?
Because I think that I didn't want to lose them.
Why?
Because losing them would mean that I will be by myself.
Oh, I see. What the?
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it was really for me now that I think about it. It was never about them. It was always about me.
The ego is always about self. It is never about anyone else. It doesn't love anyone else. It doesn't care about anyone else. It's all about self. That's how parents are with children, relationships, everything. It's always about self. It's never about anyone else. Well, you stay with it, man, and stay with it, Brenda, and it only gets better.
Thank you, and I will call you back someday.
Absolutely. Take care, buddy. Stay with it.
Thank you. You too.
All right. You got to sit through the fear. You got to go through the valley of the shadow of death. And God is with you. And the valley is the thoughts and emotions. That's the valley of the shadow of death that you must go through if you want to be free. But if you love your misery and you want to stay in your hell, you don't have to do it. Stay right in your hell and put no effort toward overcoming. And just live the life that you want to live. You're free to do it. 888-7753-773. Let me go to Juanita out of Texas. Juanita, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, Jesse. How are you?
All is well, Juanita. How are you?
I'm well, too.
Amazing. Right on.
Okay, so I called before. I was doing good. Well, not good. Well, but I keep falling into my thoughts one a month. And I don't see myself falling into my thoughts, but my kids and my husband do see me falling into my thoughts. And
they see you falling into your thoughts?
Yes.
And how do they see you falling into your thoughts?
Well, my husband told me you acting different. You treat us differently. I seem more irritated.
Oh, okay.
So it's a change. Sometimes I see it, sometimes I don't see it.
Right.
I see it more than before, and I'm trying to identify with that. But my husband reminds me every single time, hey, you fell into your evil, and that takes me to the evil. It takes me right there to anger. I'm like, well, if you not see, if you're not pointing at me, I'm trying to work in myself. But if you're not pointing at me, I'm doing it. Let me work in myself. And I have difficult problems listening to him. I'm thinking that he's wrong and I'm right. And so it turned to an argument. And my question for you is, how can I deal with that anger when my husband trying to correct me? Because I get punished for falling into my anger.
Well, number one, you ask your husband not to correct you so much. You don't need him to always remind you if you're in your thought or not. You need to become aware of that yourself, because no other person can save you. Your husband can't save you. Your pastors can't save you. Your children can't save you. Money, people, places, and things can't do it. If your husband once in a while catch you overreacting to a situation, he can remind you of that, but don't overdo that either. But he should not be always correcting you. You need to practice being aware, and when you if you're not catching those thoughts and you notice that you're emotional, angry or feeling good or whatever, just realize you're in a thought. No big deal. Just come back to present. Be aware of your body. But he shouldn't be always correcting you.
But that's the problem. He is like really on top of that, and that make a problem bigger.
But the devil is using him by doing that to bring the anger out of you, and also when he does that, try not let the anger pass. Don't get angry, but he should not be correcting you like that. Only you need to see that for yourself, and then God will correct it.
Yeah, because it feels ridiculous. It's like, what can I do?
Yeah.
What can I do? Because it's like a little thing. Like if I put the chickens 1 hour late, I'm like, you see, you went to your task, doing your job. I was like, I'm sorry for I was busy doing this, and I know I'm in my task right now. I'm really trying to work it out.
Yeah.
And I know it's different, but that, and I stay quiet, don't say anything. I can see the anger into your face. I'm like, yes, I'm angry because you pointing at, I know I'm already late with the chickens. I'm sorry. What else can I do? But I don't want to see that. Never again. I was like, and it feels like hell. It feels hell. I'm like, what can I do?
It's horrible when men and women think that they got it. They woke up, they can see, and now they're constantly on someone else. The husband on the wife or the wife on the husband. It's evil. And if they truly could see for themselves, they would see not to do that. It's just that they're on an ego trip and they think they have it, and that's why they're doing it. But what I want you to practice doing, number one, tell him not to do it. He shouldn't do it. You need to work on you. And then if he continues to do it, let the anger pass, because he may be motivated by you getting angry. So let's say he does that and you get angry, that may be an ego motivation for him. And I'm not getting his side of the story. I'm only hearing yours right now. But it could be a motivation for him to keep doing that because he knows that it makes you angry, and he might be getting a thrill from that.
So what I do with if he think that he's right, like I do something wrong, like the chickens or dinner a little bit late or something that I did wrong in his eyes, and he take me out of the room, like, okay, go sleep somewhere else, or say, go leave. I want you to leave the house. What can I do? Because I have difficult times. If he told me you need to go, I had difficult times. I'm like, what I need to go? What I did wrong to deserve to go?
Go where?
Get me out of the house. Like, get out of the house.
How can you do that? What can I do? Why would you do that to you? If he's able to see and he has love, why would he treat you that way?
Because I'm evil.
Is he working on himself?
Yes, he's doing the silent prayer and working on himself.
So if he's working on himself, how can he treat you that way?
Because he said he don't want to be around our evil.
I don't even understand that. I don't understand. If he's working on himself, how can he treat you that way? It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. That's only what he said. He said I'm evil, and he don't want to be me. Like, he don't want him be close to me because he's close to God, and he don't want to be. I have so much evil.
Really? Where is he? Is he home now?
No, he's at work.
Oh. Is he able to call me? I mean, I don't know. If he wants to, because I don't understand what that means. If he's clearly working on himself, he will have to see and understand that you're working on yourself. How can he be that mean and nasty to you and put you out and all that? And are you like, other than not catching your thoughts and being aware, what are you doing that? Are you doing something?
I do change my attitude to, I call it my hormones. I can see myself get irritated at the kids sometimes when I'm doing homeschooling, and sometimes when the kids get and they don't listen, I kind of like, scream more. I catch myself, and yes, I do scream to the kids more. I get irritated. Yes, I talk to the kids different. It's like I have two faces. Like when I'm stressed, I talk to the kids different than when I'm not. I'm a sweet person one day and I'm angry other day. I can see that in myself, and I'm trying to work in myself in that, and I'm having very difficult times.
And why are you having a difficult time working on yourself like that?
For my size, it feels like because my husband is judging me so much. Like, it's constantly, you're doing bad. You're not working on yourself. And that made me feel bad into my head. Like, he's judging me every single time if I'm, like, stressed about money. What is the reason you stress about money? If I make dinner late, if I not feed the dogs really regular food or special food, it's like, why you do things different? I'm like, well, it's okay if one day I feed it one food and the other day other food. That's fine. What is a big deal for that?
And when he tell you to leave the house, get out, where do you leave?
Sometimes, yes, I drive the truck and I go and walk or go do things that I need to be doing so he can stay with the kids.
And
so I can have a time alone.
And do you go back to the house once you leave?
Yes.
And why?
No, I'll go take a little break for the house and come back and do dinner and do what I have to do.
But if is he putting you out, or he's just telling you to take a break?
No, sometimes he told me to take a break, but this past Thursday, he said, let's go talk outside, give me the keys and give me my purse, and said, hey, you need to go. I have dentals. You lied to me. You told me that, I need to, you need to tell me. Normally you tell me, hey, I need you to go, and I grab my stuff and go. Well, you did this. This is wrong. And we argue.
Can you and your husband set up a counseling session at the same time so I can speak to both of you at the same time?
Well, he said he's the leader. I don't know if I put that in there, he's going to take it right, because I could really know to make things without telling him. I could tell him, but every single time he said, I'm the leader, I'm the one, I should not listen to you.
You should not listen to me?
No, he said he should not listen to me.
Oh.
So if I put a cancel this section when I don't know if he's going to do it.
Oh.
So I will talk to him and, tell him.
Because situations like this, when I'm only getting one side of the story, and not that you're wrong about what you're saying, but I need to hear both sides, and that way I can be fair.
I do understand.
Yeah.
I do understand that.
But here's what I recommend. Let's say he doesn't want to do a session. I understand. But you got to practice, number one, never argue with him or anyone anymore. Don't argue back. And don't argue with evil in your imagination. And don't argue with evil inside of other people. And just be quiet and watch how the devil try to motivate you to get angry, to overreact, to say something or lash out or something. Just watch those thoughts. And if you're feeling something about what he said, just watch it. because eventually you would see that there's no you, and the real you, which is no you, never felt anything about what he said or the way he acted, and you will overcome it.
Okay. That's what it feels. It feels like he get something for me when I get angry, and I get something for him when he get angry. Like
Yeah.
constantly. That's what I wanted to know how to deal when if he asks me, okay, what is the reason you're not talking today? What is the reason you're so quiet? You see, you already and you angered. I'm like, no, well, yes, I'm in my touch right now, and I prefer to stay quiet because
Nice.
I don't trust what to do.
Yeah.
And start an argument for me being silent.
So when you say, well, I'm just quiet because I don't know what to do right now, I'm in my thoughts and I don't know what to do. And then if what you're saying is true and he want to argue, just don't argue back. Just say, okay, I understand, but don't argue back. Let him argue by himself. Do not respond to another person's argument or hatred.
Okay, and when he punished me for being evil,
he can't punish you for being evil. How can someone punish you for being evil? That doesn't mean you can't punish another man or woman for being evil. God is not even punish you for it. How can another human being punish you for it?
Okay, so how can if he told me go, I know that I need to obey whatever he said. If he's right or wrong, I need to obey him.
Even when he's wrong?
What can I do if he's my leader?
You need to obey him even when he's wrong?
I think because he's my leader.
No, he's not your leader. He's your husband.
Yeah, but say that God and man and woman and children.
Right, but when he's wrong, he's your husband. He's not your leader. God is your leader, and because God is your leader, you obey your husband in the right way by not being rebellious.
That's one thing. I think I have so much ego.
Right.
I think I do sometimes things. No, sometimes. I think all the time I do things when ego.
Yeah.
And he talked to me, he told me, you have so much ego. And I can see it, Jesse. I can see it. Sometimes when I talk, I'm like, that is ego. Okay, how can I kill that? How can I kill? And I have been difficult times to kill my ego.
But it sounds like, and that's why I like to have both of you, it sounds like your husband is correcting you too much. He needs to focus on himself and not on you. And that way he doesn't overdo it so you can see these things for yourself.
Well, right now, after this fight, he said that he told the kids, and he told me, he said, okay, kids, I cannot deal with, because my mom was acting the way I act. And my father, it was going all the time. And if he never corrected my mom, and I never see him correcting my mom.
Right.
So my husband said, okay, so I do understand what is the reason your dad give up. And I'm giving up right now. I'm giving up. The kids have to go over there and forgive me for the evil you put in them. And that's not my job. Your problem is coming when you're younger, and I cannot do anything. I give up right now. I cannot do anything in it. And feels like for him giving out like that, now I have the opportunity to work in myself.
Yes.
Because him correcting me like that is making me be even more evil.
Absolutely. And so if he's given up, that's good because he should not be trying to make you change. He can't work on you. He has to only work on himself. And so if he says, and I'm only going by what you're saying right now, right? So I don't have his side, so I don't know. But if he said, okay, I'm giving up, you got to go, you just say, okay, then that's good. Bye. And go and continue to just work on yourself. Don't be angry at him. Just go and start living your life.
When he said like that, it's like I don't even get anger. I was like, now I had the chance to do what I need to do in me.
Yes, absolutely.
That's how I feel. I'm not feel like, that's what I'm like, feel that I passed some, I worked a little bit past a different level in myself because before I went, when he told me, hey, I'll leave you alone, it feels like emotional. And now it feels like, okay, that's exactly what I need to work on myself.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I counsel with men and women, and I run about men and women who one or the other think they have this spiritual journey down pat, and they're constantly trying to correct the other person, whether it's the man with the woman or the woman with the children. I mean, with the man. And when they're doing that, they don't see that they're wrong. They don't see that they're imposing their will on their wife or on their husband. And it doesn't work that way. That's not, we can't save anybody. Your husband can't save you. You can't save him. You're responsible for your world, and he's responsible for his world. And he is not your leader. He is your husband. And God is your leader. Don't have any other person as your leader.
So can I still know God even if I no obey my husband?
You can know God by not hating your husband. Don't be angry at him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, don't be angry at him. You will know God, and he will guide you in all situations, and you will always see what to do. And so, and you'll be able to obey your husband in the right way, and you'll see what it really means to obey. Because obey doesn't mean you got to do what he tell you to do, even when he's wrong. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well, and when things happen like that, I know that he's wrong.
Right.
So if I had to obey to know,
no,
do a fight.
Don't fight. Don't fight with him about it. But you don't have to obey anyone when they're wrong.
It feels like almost kind of impossible to, if he told me, get out of the house and obviously obey him and leave, I had to go. If I don't go, it's going to be a fight.
And so why don't you just go and get your own place and live your own life?
Because I had 3 kids with him.
But does he want to keep the kids?
No, we don't want to fight for the kids. And
so
he said that the kids could be better with him. And I really believe that because I have evil and I'm a woman.
No.
I do believe that.
And so if you want to keep the kids and you need to work on yourself, why don't you let him keep the kids and you go live on your own and work on yourself?
That's a very tough decision. Yes.
Why?
Because I'm homeschooling my kids.
But he'll figure out how to get that done if you're not there, right?
Yeah, obviously, yes. I feel that that's not right.
What's not right?
Me leaving the kids.
Why not?
Because I think they needed the moment that they're together.
How old are they?
11, 9, and 5.
And so why do they need that?
They cannot do things for their own.
I know, but if
and
the
my husband has to work.
I know, but if the father's telling you to leave, that he would take care of them, wouldn't that be fine?
How can I take that without emotion?
How can you do what now?
How can I leave without feeling emotional?
By overcoming emotions. You should not be attached to anyone or anything that you can't let go of. You have made that include fear, worry, doubt, insecurity, jealousy, envy, want to be like someone else, suicide thought. material things, children, parents, husband and wife, or blah, 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 friendships or anything. There should be nobody or nothing that you would put before truth. And if you're emotional, you can't let it go, you're putting that before what is right. You're putting that before truth. And you would never be happy.
Yeah, I'm very emotional, especially when fell into my thoughts. I get very emotional. I'm an emotional person.
You're not an emotional person. You're emotionally lost in your thoughts. It has nothing to do with you being a person. It's not you anyway. It's a false identity. All those emotions are fake and not necessary.
How can I take that off? How can I work it out?
By being aware. Just by being aware and going through the valley or the shadow of death. You got to feel the pain. You got to live in the pain. You got to live with the pain and go through the valley of the shadow of death. And the Father's with you and He will save you.
Well, that sounds difficult.
What?
I said, that sounds difficult. I don't know how to do that.
I told you, just be aware of it. You know how when you feel anger?
Yes.
And you're aware that you feel anger, you know that you feel anger?
Yes. Yes.
Hold on for 1 minute. Let me go quickly back to Juanita. Juanita.
Yes.
So what? The way you stop fighting with emotions by doing nothing about them. When you feel yourself feel anger, you feel it all frustrated and blah blah blah. You see that, and when you see it. There's nothing to do. Do nothing about it, but go through the valley of shadow of death. When you feel loneliness or anxiety or suicidal thoughts or worry or revenge or whatever, you feel it, you see it, you be aware, and you do nothing, and God will save you as you travel through that dark valley. That's what He's trying to save all human beings from, the not you. You're not your thoughts. You're not your emotions. You're not your feelings. You're not your body. And He's trying to save you, but when help tries to come and help you, you won't let help you because you run to something else to help you. It's like I gave a talk yesterday about the people that were lost, that were delivered from Egypt. And Moses got them out of Egypt, and he was on his way to the promised land with them. Moses took a break to go up on the mountain and see what God would have him to do so he can see how to lead the people further. And when Moses went away, the people became anxious and got into their thoughts, and they were tripping out, they were worried, they were murmuring. And so one of the people in the group rose up and said, "Hey, Moses is not coming back. Where is Moses now? Moses got us out of Egypt and he left us here." And the people went, "Yeah, that's right. That's right. Moses is not going to help us." And they fell for another leader, a wrong leader. And they started following that leader. They turned against Moses, and that leader led them down the wrong road. And the leader finally said, "Let's build a golden calf." And they're like, "Okay." And that's what happens when you follow thoughts, when you try to fight them. God is trying to send you help in the midst of that, but you won't let Him. You won't accept the help. You reject Moses. So when the pain comes, just relax in the pain, live in the pain, and let the Father save you. He's trying to send you help to bring you back into the promised land.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes. I was doing that, and yeah, it was painful, but in the end, everything was okay.
Yeah. And the pain that you feel is not you feeling the pain. Yes, you feel the pain in your body, but you're not your body. But it's not you. You're not the thoughts or the pain. And that's why you got to stop calling you and just feel the pain. Feel the pain, live in the pain, ride with the pain, get over the pain, lay down with the pain, travel with the pain, eat with the pain, work with the pain, and do nothing about the pain. And it will be taken away from you.
That sometimes even made me feel like physical pain. And I'm like, that's only a thought. And I let it go. And I'm like, where did pain go?
Yeah.
I'm like, the mind is working.
The mind is
working really hard.
The mind is a terrible thing to save.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I got to run, but calm down. So when your husband makes you feel something, just quietly know that you feel it. Don't blame him for it, because you are your fears. You are your anger, meaning you identify with it. And so you make it you. But don't argue with him. Don't argue back. And notice you feel anger and do nothing about it, all right?
Okay, that's what I was thinking I was doing. I was blaming him.
No,
and I was not taking my side.
Yes. He is not to blame for anything that you feel. Those feelings are inside of you. They're not outside of you. He is not putting them into you. He did not create them. They were already there when you met him, and he already had his and has his when he met you, and neither one of you are responsible for what you feel. Not one other person other than your parents, and you forgive them. Other than your parents, nobody else is responsible for what you feel. It's in you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking your time, Jesse. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Let me know how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Juanita. Amazing. Let me go to first time call out of Chi-Town, Chicago. Gregory. Gregory, welcome to the show. And it sounds like you're on a speaker or something.
Yes, how's it going, Jesse?
All is well. Are you on a speaker or a headset or something?
Can you hear me now?
Say it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, I really love your show, and you are the GOAT.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's all I really had to say. I didn't really have anything. I have no anger, man, because of you. So I appreciate it.
Right on. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it. All right?
Amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
But Tonya is a first-time caller out of Tennessee. Let's see here. Tonya, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, how are you?
All is well, Tonya.
Good, good. Well, my question is, it might be a little much, but when I turned 49, I went into what a lot of women go into, menopause. So anyway, the doctors will not give you therapy, like replacement therapy, hormonal replacement therapy for that now.
Right.
So you just have to deal with it. And I honestly can't stand people. I can't. Everything gets on my nerves that never did before.
Right.
And it's scary. I'm literally just an angry person. And I do the silent prayer. I did it years before, but it's like something I don't have control of. This is a time of my life where I feel like I don't have control. So.
Right. And so your question for me is what?
What does a person do if the silent prayer is not working and it's something that is medical? You know it's medical and it's hormonal and you're not yourself.
So it's the menopause, right?
Yes.
The menopause when I walked into the room. Menopause when I walked into the room. Stop being angry about it and you'll be fine. Don't have any emotion about it. Don't think about it. When it comes, don't say to yourself, oh my God, I'm going into menopause, because you're setting yourself up to feel all this stuff you feel about it. If you didn't make it a big deal, I promise you, it'll be easy to endure. You'll be fine. But you're making it a big deal. Don't have any expectation. Be not angry about it. And I promise you, you'll be fine, Tonya.
Okay. I'm really trying. My personality has been hijacked because of this, but I'm really trying to get over, like, going through the days and dealing with things that never bothered me before. So
yeah, stop overreacting to anything, and you'll be fine. Have you forgiven your parents?
Yes.
You went and told them?
My parents are deceased, but I honored and loved my parents.
And are you doing the silent prayer?
Yeah, I've done the silent prayer. I just discovered you recently, and I've always done a silent prayer, but I called it meditation,
right,
with God. And
so now, are you observing the thoughts?
I always call that capturing your thoughts, catching your thoughts. But this is a point in my life where it's more of feeling out of control with it.
And
even trying to capture my thoughts.
Who is out of control? Who is Tonya?
I feel like my hormones are out of control.
And so who are you? Who is Tonya?
I'm a female human being on this earth existing with other humans.
And so who is Tonya?
Tonya is someone existing on this earth. I want to do good and be good. And
why do you want to do good and be good?
Because that's in my heart. It's in my heart and soul.
And so if it was in your heart, how can you have anger in your heart and a desire to be good?
I think hormones, I'm realizing they do this to you. They really do. It's hard to explain.
Well, I'm not giving you medical advice. I want to do that. But it's not the hormones that give you the problem. It's the way you think about it and overreacting to it.
Okay.
If you had the right attitude, there's nothing on earth or any situation or anybody that can make you feel that way, period, ever. But you have the wrong attitude. And then growing up, you hear other women say, oh, I got hormone, and they're acting all crazy. And so you growing up expecting that. And so now you're carrying it out. So just calm down. When it's hormone time, just watch it. Don't call it you. Don't overreact. And I'm telling you, you'll find you can endure all things and overcome all things.
Okay. I'm going to really try because, this is a scary time of life.
And I want you to encourage you to watch those thoughts about that and about anything. You're not your thoughts. So
capture my thoughts.
You make me nervous with the word capture, but watching them, you want to see them when they come. When their thoughts come upon you and you feel those emotions, if you don't catch the thoughts in time, I want you to watch those thoughts and do nothing about it. Don't call them you, and the Father will save you from them. He will take them away from you.
I'm trying. It's like a veil sort of, I don't know, a veil has been opened and I just see things differently. This is not even to do with like the whole menopausal thing, but it's like I'm seeing a lot of the world differently these days. And then, so I'm trying my best, and thank you for what you do.
You're welcome. So I want you to give up trying, and I want you to relax and let life happen for you. Life, you already have a life. You just forgot it. It's already inside of you. You just don't remember it. You need to just relax, Watch the thoughts and let life happen on its own. The Father will give you the life that He created for you to have, all right?
Okay.
So stop identifying with, man, pause when I walked into the room. Stop identifying.
You make it funny. It's not funny. It's not. But thank you. I'm embarrassed, but nobody knows who I am.
That's
so.
right. So stop. Don't expect, next time menopause comes, don't expect to be all mad and painful and all that. Leave out the expectation. Wait and see and watch the thought and let them pass, all right? And let me know how that goes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye now. You heard that song?
I have now.
The men all paused when I walked into the room. Ooh. Anyway, 888-7753-773. Let me go to Susan out of Michigan. Susan, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, how are you?
All is well, Susan.
Why I'm calling is
Are you a first timer?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I called before.
Okay.
I can't sleep sometimes because I have bad memories of my life, and they just keep popping in and won't leave me.
Bad memories of the way we were.
Well, of things that happened to me.
Yes.
So, like when I was 5, I was sexually molested by the neighbor.
Yes.
And he was an old man, and he did things to me. And my mother would send me there to him. I guess she didn't know. I don't think she knew. But then we refused to go back and would hide under the bed, and she couldn't find me and whatever. And so that set off a snowball in my life of sexual abuse by many people until I was finally kidnapped. I was 17. And, all those things that happened to me that were similar since the time I was 6 years old or 5 years old. And they keep coming back to my head. And I don't know how to stop them, to eliminate those memories. And that's why I'm calling. I just want to know a little guidance of how I can get rid of those memories.
And so have you forgiven your mother and the people that treated you that way?
Well, my mother, when she was dying, she went to a seminar and she wrote down that she didn't like or care for any of her children. So that helped.
No
that
mother
helped
care.
a lot.
No mother care for their children. There's not one mother that care about their children. Period. But anyway,
that helped a lot.
Okay.
Because I thought she cared about us.
No, she did not.
And I when she was dying, I went to help to take care of her, and I asked her, why didn't you protect us from our father? Because you would have to walk arm's length away from him. If you got any closer than his arm length, he would hit you.
Nice.
And so...
Well, not nice.
Yeah, I know.
So did you forgive your mother?
It's very difficult. How do you do that? It's just, how do you do that? I tried. In my mind, I tell her I forgive her, but it's not real. I'm lying.
And so, so have you, I understand. Have you forgiven your mother?
I'm not going to lie and say yes, but I tried to.
And
I
so
say it's the words, but no.
Have you forgiven the guys who you had sex with?
I don't feel like I should forgive them because that's what they did. That's what they like to do. So I was just an object. I was just an object there for them.
And have you forgiven them?
I didn't know I need to forgive them because I was sold to them, you know.
And have you forgiven them?
They were just... I've never thought about forgiving them because to them, I was a purchase.
How much did they sell you for?
I don't even know.
Oh, and have you forgiven them?
I never thought about forgiving them. So no.
And have you forgiven the people who sold you and the ones who bought you?
I did not forgive the guy that sold me. No.
And
didn't
how
forgive him? But he's dead. So I was happy that he's dead. I found out he was dead.
But yet you're still miserable, though he is dead. You're still not happy.
Well, I had a son, and I thought he was the father. And then my son took a DNA test and found out that no, he was not the father. So that made me happy.
But
that was the best day.
But you're still miserable. Let me ask, because of time, let me ask, how will you ever be forgiven if you never forgive? And how will you ever have peace if you never forgive?
Well, forgiving is hard.
How do you know if you've never forgiven? And who is worse? The people who have sex with you, or you for hating the people who have sex with you? Who is worse?
I didn't hate them because it was just something that was being done.
Did you get angry at them? I thought you were angry at them.
I got angry at the first. Well, I'm angry at them.
And so, who is worse?
I never thought I was angry. I just didn't think I was angry. That's all.
I understand. Who is worse? The anger or the angy?
Well, they're worse because I was a victim.
No, how they worse, and you're the one judging them, and that's why you don't have peace.
Well, I didn't think I was judging them. I just want to stop their memories.
If you truly want the memories to stop, how can you stop the memories when you won't forgive? How will you be able to forget if you don't forgive?
I guess it's hard to forgive because I was never trained to forgive or never taught how to forgive.
I understand. And so, because
I just went on with life. You just go on with life. That's all.
Yeah, you go on with hell. You don't go on with life. You go on with death. But if you really want to be free, you must forgive your mother, your father, the men who did that to you, the people who sold you. Because whatever happened, it happened to your body. You're not your body. It happened to your body. You're not your body. And the memories keep playing back because evil keep reminding you, because evil is living in you, because your heart is wicked. And evil wants you to stay angry so it can continue to dwell in you, so it can have a false life. It's not you. You must forgive even the people that did that, because just as you can't help but hate them, they could not help but hate, and the hate, it drove them to do what they did.
So how do you know when you've when your forgiveness is complete.
You'll
Like
be,
if I just say I forgive you, how do I know that that's been forgiven?
because you would be free, and you will remember no more. And if you ever brought up those incidents, it would be like it didn't happen to you. It was like almost like you're making up a lie, because there would be nothing, because your spirit will heal as your body has already healed, but your spirit is not healed because you have the anger. You're judging. You're playing God, and the one with the anger is worse than the one that they're judging. You are a murderer. You are evil.
You're funny. You're just crazy guy.
Well, must.
I know. I'm going to try.
So you must forgive, because they could not help themselves. The same spirit that's driving you to hate them, it's the same spirit that was driving them to hate you and do what they did. I have a question. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No
do
problem.
I forgive while I'm doing the silent prayer? Or because I understand when you do the silent prayer, you're not supposed to think about anything. Just listen.
Just be aware. Yeah, be aware of the thought. You can forgive the moment you realize that you're wrong for judging, for being angry. And in that very moment, you can forgive, and you're going to see there's no reason at all, ever, at any time, no matter what happens in life, there's never justification for anger. Never a reason to be angry.
Okay.
Those people could not help themselves. They were driven by evil, just as you're driven by evil. And when you forgive them, God will forgive you, and you will understand why they did what they did. That doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean you're accepting it as a right. It's just that you're going free from it. You will have God will give you a clear mind. All memories would disappear. And if you ever have to use them again, it will be in a practical way, but not in an evil spiritual way where it brings pain.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see, I can understand how this will work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it. Yeah. So when you say, "Have you forgiven?" I have to continually forgive.
Well, once you see that you're
until
wrong,
it goes away. Until it goes away.
Yeah, once you see that you're wrong for hating them, your mother and the men and everybody else, then once you see that you're wrong, and then you see that you're wrong, you're saying to God, you know what, I'm wrong. I've been playing God. I've been judging these people. I couldn't see that they couldn't help themselves. When you see that, then God's going to take the spirit of anger away from your heart, and then He'll separate you from your imagination, that old nature, and He will give you a totally clear mind. All you need to become is a seer. You need to see what's going on with you in the imagination. You're not your thought, and let them pass. But if you do get caught up, just realize you're in a thought and come back to be aware of your body.
Okay, thank you so much.
And really, you will be free. It's going to be amazing. But you got to stop judging. You're worse than the people who did that to you.
I can't think that.
But it's true. Anyone that has anger is a murderer, and they are worse than the people that they're judging.
Okay.
I wish you well, Susan.
Thank you. Okay.
Are you doing the silent prayer?
Yes, I do.
And you feeling better already, huh?
I do, yes. I really appreciate the silent prayer.
Yeah, and now that we had the conversation, did that help?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. A little window opened up.
That's what you need. It's just a little tiny little taste of life. I mean, life and light. And that light will become brighter and brighter and brighter when you see what's going on with you. That you're not your thoughts, you're not your body, you're not your emotions. Emotions are not necessary. That type of thinking is not necessary. It's not the voice of God. And you'll see that's all you need is that little tiny bit of light. And the light will turn bright. All right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Before I go to the phones, I have said over and over again, in my country now, it's just so far gone. And I think that it's so far gone that even people who knew America when it was amazing, and it was amazing, it was great at one point. When I was growing up, America was great. And I think that most people have forgotten about that. And things are so twisted and turned around now that abnormal look like normal to the people. Just imagine Americans, and not all, but most, have become accustomed to crime being out of control now. They're just accustomed to it now. No more pain about it. And not all, of course, not all. When bail bonds were available and the criminal had to wait in jail, not outside the jail, if they can afford to post bail. Remember those days when you could go into a market and find what you were looking for to buy? And now you go into a market and the shelves are empty, not because other people bought the product, but because the criminals went in and just picked it up and walked out. They go shopping every day at no cost. Remember that? Remember when white people created and ran the greatest country on this side of heaven, America? They made it happen. They were innovated. They were motivated. They love beautiful things. They love a first-class life. They work hard. They make sure they get an education. White people get educated because they want to have the intellect to create and make things happen. And they did. And as a result, they made sure they had great schools that taught real things and not about racism and blaming others and blah, blah, blah. They taught real things, not about abortion and all that, right? But they taught other whites how to be motivated too, generation after generation, and keep things going. Make it better, make America great again. Remember when white people taught those things? And then everybody else to kind of follow along. They wanted to be that way, but they didn't quite know how. Remember when white people ran America? The banks and everything, the post office. And as a result, the country worked. It was working. Services was amazing because they only hired people who were qualified, who were motivated. And they hired black people, white people, whomever were motivated and qualified. I know that because I remember when I first moved to L.A., my aunt started working. Prior to that, she wasn't working because she was staying home and raising the children while the husband went off to work, her husband. And when she finally went to work, she was a bank. She worked at a bank. And I believe she started out as a bank teller. But she ended up becoming like a bank manager, I believe. And she was black. And she was able to move up because she was qualified. She worked. She moved. She proved that she can do it. And so nobody held her back. Now, there were other people, the losers, who wanted to hold her back, but they couldn't. Likewise, my uncle, he worked for wherever he worked. I forgot, he told me. And my uncle-in-law, my aunt's husband, my favorite uncle. And he worked hard. And they're from Alabama, so they worked hard. In those days, people from Alabama, blacks from Alabama, worked as hard as the whites for the most part. And then he moved up the ladder. It didn't matter what color he was. Remember when America functioned? It's not functioning anymore. They have gotten rid and are getting rid of white people. White people. And they're turning it over to DEI people. People who are not qualified. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the energy. And they don't have the desire to make America great. And as a result, we're losing our country. Service and everything is just bad. It's bad. Attitude, bad. And they're going after the white people like now they're going north. And what's interesting about it is that I know that there's something you can do about it, but it appears that it's so far down the road now that white people can't do anything about it. And I noticed that when non-white people commit crimes, no big deal. You barely hear about it in the news, local or national news. Once in a while you may hear about it, but you hardly. No big deal. And going to jail is out of the question. I remember when Black Lives Matter committed attack upon America, a disaster, burning building, people getting killed, all kind of stuff, right? Get rid of the police and everything. Nothing happened. As a matter of fact, Kamala Harris was helping to raise money to get him out of jail, keep him out of jail, get him out, keep him out, something. The so-called person that wanted to be president of America today. I remember when you could not get on the U.S. Supreme Court unless you qualified for it. Now you just have to be black and female. My point is that the attack upon white people today is evil and wrong, but nobody's doing or saying anything about it. In the same way, they're not saying anything about the attack upon men. They're getting rid of men, period, too, as well. But the attack upon white people is mind-blowing. Whenever they find that white people have committed or anything, one crime, they send the DEA, the FBI, the police, and the police mama to go and get them. But if non-white people commit crime, no big deal. No big deal. Some of you might not know about this situation in California. And then I want you to notice how proud the law enforcers are about going after these people. They like did a major job. They hold a press conference. They got rid of those white people. And the blacks and other color can do the same thing and get away with it. They're not even going this forcefully after illegal aliens who are committing crimes in our country. Killing people, robbing, all kind of stuff. They're not going after them in a forceful way. In the manner that they're going after white people. Am I the only one that sees this? Am I the only one? Or I can't be the only one that's noticing this. And this is not good. Some of you might or might not be aware of this, but a so-called white supremacist gang member arrested in San Bernardino Valley. Y'all heard about this? This happened a couple of days ago. But I've only heard it or seen it on local news here in L.A. I don't hear it on Fox or anywhere, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's because national news just focuses on the elections right now, but the adversary I've heard, and if they said anything about this, I missed it. But I haven't heard anything about it. So-called white supremacists, gang members arrested in San Bernardino Valley. This is from NBC, LA. Nearly 70 alleged members of a white supremacist gang were indicted in LA's largest ever takedown of an extremist group. In LA, largest ever. Hang on to the word ever. Ever is a long time. White supremacist gang were indicted in LA's largest ever takedown of an extremist group. Now, how many other quote extremist groups are we aware of around here? Black groups, illegal alien groups, Mexican groups, foreigner, I said that, illegal. But the white group is the largest ever takedown. And these people are so proud of it. And the white people sit back and cry. Here's a little information on the members and their arrest. Watch this from NBC LA.
This was one of the largest violent extremist takedowns in LA, this city's history.
LAPD officers, FBI, and DEA agents served nearly 30 arrest warrants this morning, including this one at a motel in Sherman Oaks that targeted accused members of a San Fernando Valley white supremacist gang whose name we're not using as it itself is a slur. The 68 people indicted accused of membership in this group that's tied to a prison gang.
Essentially a local chapter of the Aryan Brotherhood has for many years tormented these neighborhoods in the San Fernando Valley.
The feds say the allegations of gang involvement and extremist ideology among those charged dates back to at least 2016.
The Aryan Brotherhood has a history of domestic terrorism, to include racially motivated attacks.
29 of the accused were arrested this morning. More than a dozen others were already in prison or jail, and agents are searching for 26 others.
Amazing. So they're going after these people, and I'm not saying they're guilty or not guilty. I'm just saying why, with a vengeance, you go after the white gangs, but no other gangs with a vengeance. And the other gangs are smashing, grabbing every night, nearly. Well, it seems to be every night in L.A. They're robbing and killing and stealing. You don't see them going after them with a vengeance. These officers held a press conference, and they're so proud. But they're not going after black gangs or Mexican gangs or El Salvador gangs. When those people commit crime, the police show up after the people leave. The criminals leave. Oh, sorry, we couldn't find them. Street takeovers every night almost in L.A. and crime come with it. Where's the DEI, the FBI, and the CIA and everybody? Why are they going after those other people? Why white people only? And they name them and they attach these names to them and skinhead, Nazi, neo-Nazi. They call them. And why isn't there an outcry about this? How come you don't know what's good for the goose is good for the gander? If they're going to go after these white alleged gang members with they got the whole every department in the police in the headquarters thing you can have there. But they're not doing it to anyone else. And this is why I tell white people, you're not ready for a civil war. Forget it. You're not ready for it. Drop your anger so you don't make a mistake. These people are begging for you to do something like that. You thought when they arrested the people at the Capitol was a bad thing, and it was. Look what they're doing to these people. I don't know if they're guilty or innocent, but I'm just saying, why don't they go after other gang members who are committing major crimes in California and everywhere else with revenge? Why don't they get all the departments to go after them and then hold a press conference and tell us what they have done about that? And where are the people? Why are white people not saying anything about it? Do you know that fear only brings on fear? Hake is telling me, one of my friends who work in a prison told me the Aryan Brotherhood was founded in a prison to protect white inmates from getting raped by blacks in prison. Britannica, this is from there. Aryan Brotherhood was founded in 1964 in the San Quentin State Prison in California by Irish immigrants in reaction to prison desegregation. Why? What's up? Here's more information on the members and their arrest from NBC LA.
According to the indictments, members of the group sold all kinds of illegal drugs, including meth and fentanyl, to make money. They allegedly dealt in illegal guns and more recently were accused of fraudulently obtaining COVID-19 loans and relief payments. They say the case took on additional urgency last year with the arrest and separate indictment of a man named Aryan Brotherhood in Reseda, who pleaded guilty earlier this year to being a felon with a gun.
Amazing. So they can go after the Aryan nations with a vengeance for selling drugs and making money and doing whatever, with guns and things, but not the illegal aliens, gang members that are coming here, that are here, and they're using guns and they're bringing in drugs. And I hear that a whole bunch of people are dying from fentanyl as a result of the illegals bringing them in and forming gangs and things like that. And the illegal alien gangs are going after the black gang. They're pushing them out of business. But you don't hear anything about it. How come these same officers standing there in the press conference are not holding press conferences about how they went after those people? And they got them. And they present the white gang members in such a way that they want you to judge them, the white gang members, so you can agree what they've done. In your mind, you start to agree, oh, they did, oh my God, they arrested those people. That is so good. But what about the other people that's not being arrested and committing crimes every day? Amazing, huh? Here's a little bit more information about the indictments of the members, including one man named Aryan Brotherhood from NBC LA. Watch this.
In his home, a treasure trove of white supremacist paraphernalia, including replica Nazi uniforms, posters of Adolf Hitler.
U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says the material also included plans for violence against Jews, the same motivation allegedly behind the actions of the others arrested today.
In fact, when we searched his home, we found a notepad in the home that had written as its New Year's resolution, quote, "Bake every single Jew.
The indictment does not accuse members of this group of any specific acts of violence against Jews or other groups.
We're not going to wait around for a tragedy to occur. We're going to take action right away. And in order to do that, we use every tool in our federal toolbox to address that. And that's what we've done today.
Were they planning something?
Next question.
Next question. Were they planning something? They don't have to answer that question because these people are white. This is not good, America. And they listen to all those representatives standing there as though they have done something good. Why can't they do the same job with other members, gang members, or whatever they are? The reporter asked, were they planning something? Why are you people acting like this? Next question. I guarantee you, had this been a black gang that they probably know where they are already, or illegal alien gangs, they would do nothing about it. Zero. I have one last soundbite on that. I'm not agreeing with any crime. I'm just saying what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Why is it so easily go after whites for crime, but non-whites, they can get away with it? No problem. Everybody else can commit a crime and get away with it, except baby Jesse's daddy. 888-77-JESSE. Quick break. Back in a moment. I'm just saying, folks, some of you still believe and have false hope that my country is coming back, America is coming back. I don't see it happening. The people who found and built the greatest country on this side of heaven is being kept down to make sure that the country doesn't return. The white Christians. And the people who are being set free to bring nothing but destructions upon America is running around like crazy people. And nothing has been said and done about it. These people that went after these people, now if they commit a crime, go after anyone that commit the crime, right? But they're like doing this with joy, like they did something really major, something big. I haven't seen this type of reaction with any other gang members. Zero. If anything, if they went after non-white gang members, they would be called racist, and the police would lose their job. Their livelihood and everything would be destroyed. It's amazing to me how they can take down America like this. I just didn't know that was possible, but it is. I remember we reported to you about a gang member called TDA, whatever that is. And they were like over there in Colorado and other cities. They were in Texas. They were taking over apartments. They were making Americans move out of their own apartments, and they were ruling those apartments. Nobody did anything about that. No, nothing being done. Oh, I saw a report where they said, the police would say, that's really not happening. Even though the American citizens move it out, and they were like, yeah, it is. But the police, it's not happening. It's not really happening. Would they say the same thing for white supremacy gang if they were doing that? Would they leave them alone and say, it's really not happening? white Christian males and female, but especially men, are under attack. Get rid of Christianity, you can take down the country. And all wherever white people have built an amazing society, and it was based on Christianity, and it was, the people have gone in there and destroyed it. But they have to take out the white man first. Whenever Trump mentioned God, what do the children of the lie do? They have a fit. They don't want the white man to be talking about God. What the? All right. Let me go to Tony out of California. Tony, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you be today?
All is well, Tony.
Wonderful, wonderful. I understand you are speaking about the Aryan Nation gang members of parts of California was arrested, a group of them.
Right. According to the report, there was what they call the Aryan Brotherhood.
Aryan Nation.
Over there in San Bernardino. Where they pull these up there holding a press conference, how proud they are. They have arrested these people, but the so-called people of color, gangs and violence that they're committing, they don't do anything to those people. And it's not called Aryan Nation. I believe it's called the Aryan Brotherhood.
Okay, Brotherhood, Aryan Nation, whatever you want to please, white supremacy.
No, it's called Tony. It's called Aryan Brotherhood, not Aryan Nation.
Okay, Aryan Brotherhood. But the thing is, Jesse, they making America safe
Tony,
again.
speak right into your phone.
It seems like you are disagreeing with the safety of the neighborhood of San Bernardino or wherever, San Finale, whatever it is. But the thing is, it seems like you was butthurt behind them arresting these criminals and getting them off the street. Why is that, Jesse? Why are you so upset behind that?
And how did it, it's in San Bernardino, how did it seem that way?
Well, it seemed like, because they are white people and they got the criminals off the street and out of the community from, bringing fentanyl and meth and cocaine and illegal guns. It seemed like you were just a little hurt behind that.
So did you hear me say that in my country today that they go after white so-called gangs with a vengeance, but when it comes to so-called non-white gangs, black gangs, Hispanics, Venezuelan, and all those other people, when they don't go after them at all. But whenever it's a white gang, they go after them with a vengeance. Have you noticed?
That's a lie, Jesse.
Tony.
No, that's
Tony,
not true.
let me finish, Tony. Have you noticed that they go after white people with a vengeance, but not non-white people with the same motivation?
That's not true. Indictment, they're being investigated. They watching you. They taking pictures of you. So yeah, this was a long-term investigation to take down these many people at one time, and they're still looking for people. So you got to explain it, because putting that propaganda out there in the streets. I mean, on the airwaves like that.
Tony, come back to your phone. Tony,
I said you have to stop your lying. And
when the last time you seen the FBI and CIA and everybody and their mama go after a non-white gang members as they've done with these people?
The Black Panthers, the black.
When was the Black Panther around, man?
When were they around?
Yeah.
Well, they're still around, but the thing is...
When was the Black Panther around, man?
During the 60s.
And why are you talking about the 60s right now?
Because you asked the question about when they rounded up a gang, or which is not a gang.
Why are you bringing up the 60s? This is the 20s. You don't know that? Tony, your phone is messing up. Hold on, Tony. Don't hang up. I'm going to let Darren check up. He's talking about the 60s. This is 2024. 2024. Hold on, Tony. Tony.
Yes, Jesse.
I was saying that this is not the 60s. This is 2024. When the last time you have seen a gang of police, FBI, DIA, and everyone hold a press conference saying that they went after a black gang or Hispanic gang or any other gang in the way that they're celebrating going after white people?
Well, Jesse, the thing is, Jesse, if you're a criminal organization...
That's not what I asked you, Tony.
When was the last time?
Yes.
2 weeks ago, they had a Mexican gang that they was going after, but they didn't catch about 5 or 6 people, and they're still looking for them.
When the last time you seen a bunch of law enforcers hold a press conference and tout and proud that they got a non-white gang and locked them up? When the last time you seen that?
Fresno, the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs are the Fresno.
When the last time you seen that, Tony?
When it was 2 years ago.
Tony.
2 years ago.
Tell the truth, Tony, and shame the devil.
I just told you. Brother, I'm speaking to the devil.
Tell the truth and shame the devil, Tony. When the last time you seen that?
Fresno, California. 2 years ago, Fresno, California.
Send me that information.
Send it to you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I have to look it up now. I'll email it to you.
Okay. I appreciate it, Tony.
But the thing is, Jesse, why are you so upset behind white folks getting arrested?
I'm upset. I'm not upset at all. I'm saying to white people that white people founded this country.
No, they
and
didn't.
with the help
That's
of God, they created let me finish, Tony. And with the help of God, they created the greatest country on this side of heaven. White people have kept the country going by being motivated, innovated, creating, and
corrupt.
And this attack upon white people is unfair because now, while whites are on the run, America is falling apart because the people of color can't keep it going. And it's not good that is happening. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not, Jesse. White people...
Come back to your phone, Tony.
The white people brought the crime to this country.
Like what, for example?
The murder, the rape.
Who did they murder and rape?
Black people, Indians.
Where you get that from?
Japanese.
Where'd you get that from?
White people, the evilest people on the face of the earth.
Where did you get that from?
They got more crime than any people on this earth.
Tony.
Yes, Jesse.
If that is true, why are you people coming to America and trying to take advantage? If it's true that these white people done all you claim that they have done, and if they're so bad, why are you people trying to live in their country?
It's not their country. This is a free country. This is the land of liberty and people that can come here and make it better by removing.
But why are you people not doing that in your own country?
The power structure.
Why are you not doing that in your own country? Why your country is so bad?
This is my country. Jesse.
How is it your country?
Because I pay taxes here.
You have a job?
I was born here. Excuse me? Excuse me, Jesse? What you asked me? Do I have what?
You have a...
Do I have a job?
Yeah, you have a job?
Know what that means, Jesse.
You have a job?
No, I don't know what a job is. I have a business. I have business.
Are you black? Are you black?
No, I'm a human being. I'm a human, Jesse.
Are you black?
I don't identify with the labels.
Oh, you don't identify with the blacks?
Well, I don't identify with labels.
How about do you identify with the blacks?
I don't know what black is, bro.
You don't know what black is?
I identify with human beings.
No, you don't know what black is?
It's the color black, yeah.
And so do you identify with the color black?
No, I do not. Yes.
So you don't identify with black people?
I associate with black people.
But you don't identify with them?
I don't know what you're saying just because I identify with human beings.
Do you identify? Do you identify? Do you identify with black people?
No, I do not. Just I identify with beings.
And so you're not black.
No, I'm not.
Well, no. When do you have a job? What do you expect?
I don't have a job. I have business.
Right, because you're not black, man. Isn't that amazing? You're not black. That's why you have a business. Tony, thank you, buddy. I do appreciate it, but I got to run. Thank you. Amazing. Let me go to Miguel, a first-time caller out of Texas. Miguel, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Thank you, Jesse, for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, I can't believe that I finally ran into your show since we've had the smartphone for about 10 years. I really barely came into your show.
Amazing.
I like what you say. I like everything. I guess I'm the Mexican version of you because I think exactly like the way you do.
Right on.
Yes.
And there are people like you, men and women, Miguel, I run into them all the time. They know what the truth is, but sometimes they just don't speak up about it because of fear, or they might not be sure of themselves. But there are men and women who are seeking to return to the truth, so I totally understand it.
Yes, and I'm going to vote for the Great White Hope for the third time here in November. And
Great White Hope. Let me see what he has to say today.
I don't frankly have time for total political correctness, and this country doesn't have time either.
Amazing. The Great White Hope. Right on.
The Great White Hope.
Yeah.
We need the wall. I was born in Mexico. I'm a U.S. citizen now, naturalized, and I'm also a United States Navy veteran, honorable discharge. And we need the wall. Not all Mexicans coming through the border are good people. I know that, and we need that wall.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And when you say that around your family members and your friends, how do they respond to that?
They look at me like if I'm crazy. They've called me. They called me sellout. I've been called a white supremacist.
Yeah.
I am brown. I am Mexican. I've been called a white supremacist. But I wear that with pride. I see the injustice that they're doing to the white people. I see what I say. I can say like we because I'm Hispanic Mexican, but I know they're trying to take this country from them, and I've told them. You know.
Yeah.
I tell them that.
Yeah.
Wake up! You're losing your country. They're trying to take your country.
Why do you think white people will not wake up about that? And why do you think they won't speak up about it?
They've been told, you know, if you speak against any minority or anything, they just like you said, they're called racist, they're called homophobic, they're called, you know, Islamophobic and all that.
Yeah.
And they don't want to speak up, but I guess they can see also that they're losing their country. I also work with Muslim people, and I tell them, I said, I don't care what you say or not. If you support Hamas, you're a terrorist.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely, man.
Yes, sir.
That's amazing, Miguel. Miguel, I'm glad you're out there, man.
Thank you. We're trying to push, and we're spreading the truth, and we're going to keep doing it.
Stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it. Amazing. Call me again, Miguel. That's amazing.
I will. We have more to talk about.
All right, buddy. Right on. See, the truth is not about color. It has nothing to do with color. It's of the heart. And white people, you are hated for zero reason. There is not one reason. Not one. You can't make up a reason. You can't create a reason. There's not one reason that white people should be hated and blamed for someone else's issue. Thank you all so much. I do appreciate it. Let me go to Michigan and talk to Susan. Susan, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello. How are you this morning?
All is well, Susan.
Well, I called you yesterday, and you told me I need to forgive.
Yes.
And so about 10 o'clock last night, I started mentally forgiving these people. But then that wasn't working. So I verbally, out loud, started telling, I forgive this one, that one, and that one. And today, when I think about the people, I don't even remember them. It's so weird.
And that's what forgiveness will do. When you forgive, you will forget. You really, really will, because that's what forgiveness is all about. Forgetting about the illusion of the past and living in the present.
Well, yesterday you told me that, and I didn't believe you, but it's true. It's crazy.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes. Thank you so much. And that's all I wanted to tell you.
You're welcome, Susan. And Susan, stay with it. Stay with it. You stay present and let all those thoughts pass, and you have a see. It's going to be and it's going to be true that you never had a past or future. All you have is right now. All right.
That's right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Amazing. I'm telling you, folks, if you have not dropped your anger, and you can drop it just like that. I'm slapping my hand for those who can't see. What they listen to? The people that can't, not watching?
Oh, on podcasts or live audio feed.
Yeah. You can forgive just like that and be free just like that. All misery gone. All fears. All jealousy and envy and strife and revenge and gossiping and suicidal thought can be gone just like that. Amazing. I've noticed that in most of the, I don't watch a lot of the national news, but in the national news that I've been watching, the emphasis has been mostly on the upcoming election, the presidential election coming up next month. And as a result, you're not hearing the devastation that is happening in our country as a result of homeless people being put on the streets, given drugs, crime out of control. And so when you don't hear about it, you tend to forget, and it seems that all is well, but it's not. And you should not forget this, because it's because of the Democratic Party and some right-on Republicans voting to take away the police, defund the police, put the homeless people on the streets, and let them live and do whatever they want with no restrictions. And then on top of that, give them drugs. Keep them high. Give them needles and give them drugs. Can you imagine that? Homeless people already mentally ill, crazy. And the government is assisting them and giving them more drugs. Did you ever imagine that would happen in my country, where it's out of control? And did you ever imagine that Americans would support a government that is in support of defunding police, no police? And in the meantime, let's not forget, bring in all the illegal aliens. And then next time election comes, vote for us. We care about you. We care about you, and you do it. You vote for them. I've said it once. I said it twice. And I've said it 1,000 times, give or take. that there's not one reason, not one, to vote for Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. There's not one reason, but there are 1,000 reasons to vote them out. You get the kind of government you vote in. You get what you deserve. If you vote in Kamala Harris and this Democratic Party again, you can't complain. You can't complain as to what will continue to happen and what is coming down the pipe. These people don't care about you. Kamala Harris can care 2 cents about the American citizen. Black or white, it doesn't matter your color. She's not done anything. She had time to do it and didn't want to. Didn't show up at the borders or did nothing, right? Now she just wants you to laugh, grin it off, laugh it off and pretend things are well. It's not. Over at USC, a home intruder was captured. And this happened at according to the report, it happened at one of the dorms there for the ladies, female dorms. This is from KTLA 5. Did you hear about this? Several female USC students said they called police overnight when a homeless man broke into their University Park residence after first peeking through a window. And it isn't the first time it's not the first time he's been there. Isn't that amazing? Watch this from KTLA 5.
This is a man accused of trespassing and making himself at home where 12 USC students reside.
It didn't ever cross my mind that he would come inside the house.
Kasenja Stokucha and 2 other girls were studying for midterms at the dining room table around midnight when they noticed the intruder.
I just see him standing in the kitchen and we make direct eye contact.
One of my roommates started shrieking really, really loud, and the other one started shrieking because she saw him too. My initial response was to take flight, and we just made a run for it and grabbed my phone because I knew I had to call 911.
Most of the women were able to run outside. You can hear the commotion as LAPD and USC's Department of Public Safety arrived searching for the intruder.
This is our first time last night that it escalated to calling the police, but before we just called the Department of Public Safety, who did nothing.
Amazing. Can you imagine? They're up at midnight doing homework, schoolwork, and a homeless person or an intruder just walk into their kitchen. You look up and there he is. This is what our government want for the people. This is what they want. If they didn't want this, it wouldn't be this way. The homeless people are protected by our government more so than the non-homeless people who are working and trying to take care of themselves. Isn't that amazing? Think about that. A homeless person can move into your empty house. You may have up for sale, or you may be doing some work on it, getting it ready for rental or sale, and they can move in, and now you, the homeowner, got to go to court and fight to get them out. Spend your money and time on lawyers to get them out because they are more protected than you are. If you vote this government back in, you get what you deserve. You really do. You can't complain. It's like people who don't vote. Have you noticed that people who don't vote complain more than those who do vote? Why are you complaining? You did nothing. So if you vote in Kamala Harris because she said you can have an abortion, then okay. The students say this was the third time the man was seen on their property, but authority says he was finally detained. I want you to watch this from KTLA 5 again.
The students say this was the third time the man described as homeless has been seen on the property. They never imagined he would invade their space.
When you're locked in studying and then you look up and there's this homeless man in your house that's been harassing you for a week, you're going to freak out.
We're dealing with the same issues throughout the county, that we have an unhoused population that are in our area. So that's why we want to make sure our students have the resources to call us.
The students say they did call DPS on Saturday after they saw the man hanging out on the front porch. After this latest incident, the girls want more beefed up patrols on Menlo Avenue.
After last night, like, none of us could sleep. We were all sleeping together. Like, it was really scary. Us, like, being, like, all women definitely makes us, like, an easier target.
The suspect was detained by the LAPD Tuesday afternoon after being spotted on 30th and Vermont.
And it looked like an illegal alien. I don't know, but he looked like one. I want my country back. It's not coming back. Wanting it back and getting it back are two different things. It's gone. And our government, this administration, a socialist government, we now have a socialist government. Their whole desire is to control you for power and wealth, perceived power. Isn't that amazing? They that area down there at USC is it used to be a beautiful area when I first moved out here to LA, but now you have a beautiful university sitting right in the middle of a ghetto. Right in the middle, the whole surrounding area is ghetto now. Crime and drugs and not homeless people. The school itself is beautiful. These people are definitely going to show up on the university, on the ground there as well. They don't have police anymore. This stupid police woman, oh, we want them to call us. Okay. Why? You're not going to show up. You're going to show up after the crime is committed and the criminal is gone. And then they tell you that you can't bear arms. You can't protect yourself. If ever we needed you, Lord, we need you now. What a mess, huh? What a mess. And these people are going to vote for the liberal representatives. They're going to still vote for it. They don't care. They identify with being a Democrat. And as long as the representatives say that they are a Democrat, the people are going to vote them back in. It doesn't matter. Because they have this false identity, just identifying with the party and not voting for the best person. And then they tell you, oh, don't vote for Trump. He's such a bad, he says horrible things. He's mean. What? And then you'll go around saying the same thing about Trump and end up in trouble like this. Why not the best man for the job? Oh, I forgot. That doesn't apply anymore. The best man for the job doesn't apply. They want DEI. It's based on color, whatever mess. Not the best qualified person anymore. Remember those good old days? I bet you wish that they were back now, huh? That we had that again. When you apply for a job, you have to qualify for the job. 888-7753-773. Let me go to the busy phones here. William out of Norway. Heard around the world. by everybody and they mama if you're black, everybody and their mama if you're white. William, welcome to the show.
Hi, good morning, Jesse.
Good morning.
I have a question about the mind.
Okay.
So I called last time and you told me just to watch the mind and don't think, right?
Right.
But I found it difficult to watch the mind when I'm working or I'm doing my things in the day. I don't know what to do when I'm doing the silent prayer. It's easier, but when I'm working or doing something, it's difficult to watch it.
Right.
And when I watch it, the mind stops what I'm thinking, and when I stop watching it, and it starts again.
And your question for me is what?
What should I do about this?
So when you're working, you're doing your practical work, you're gonna use your intellectual thoughts, which is given to you by
my mind
God.
goes in the past or in the future.
I'm sorry?
When I'm working, my mind goes elsewhere, you know?
Right. And when you see that happening, do nothing but just notice it, and it'll work itself out. You'll be back in the present. Don't trip out. Don't overreact. Don't let the devil tell you it's not working. But just notice that your mind you're thinking about the past or the future. And don't make it a big deal. And then continue to do your practical work. Do your job. And when you finish with the job, just come back to the present. No big deal.
Okay.
Because you are going to use your intellectual mind in the right way, thoughts in the right way, in order to get the physical job done.
Okay, I will try it. I will call you next week if it doesn't work.
Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, just watch it and let it be.
Yes. Don't overreact. Don't let the devil tell you it's not working. Because when you're doing your practical work, you're going to be focused on that. And you're going to be using your thoughts in the right way then. But then when you put the hammer down, when you're done with the job, just come back to the present and you'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Amazing. 888-775-3773. God gives you the ability to use your mind. That's what's so beautiful about when you overcome thoughts. You're now given the ability to use your mind in the right way. Isn't that amazing? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, Lord. Can you sing like that? Can you say it like that, Hake?
Yes.
Let me hear it.
No.
What a mess. Let me go over to London and talk to... What?
FEMI.
FEMI. FEMI, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse. Hope you're well.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
And what good is your religion working for you?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
In what way is it working?
I would say at least one way I could say is that I know at least as a Christian, not every religion can say this, but as a Christian, you know that God is always with you. So that gives you solace that you're never alone.
And how do you know that God is always with you?
Well, I know you're going to probably say, don't use the Bible, but...
I'm not going to say that. It's Bible Thought for Thursday.
Okay, well, yeah, obviously the Bible teaches that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, are with us, and that Jesus had to go for the Holy Spirit to come and be with us and to teach us the way. So, yeah, if you're not a Christian, then you wouldn't believe that, and you wouldn't know that the Holy Spirit's with you at all times.
And how do you know that God is with you?
Because I've been able to feel him at times, and like when I previously would have felt alone, but obviously having come to God, realizing that I'm not alone, I can actually feel the presence, not
And so what does God's presence feel like?
Tough question. I can't really describe it, but what I could say is that the previous feeling of feeling alone, loneliness, that feeling isn't there.
So
that feeling that you're not alone, and not in a creepy way, like there's some kind of thing hovering behind you or anything like that. But
And what does God feelings feel like?
I don't feel God's feelings.
You said that you feel His feeling. I asked how did you know He was with you, and you said because you can feel it, feel Him.
Yeah.
And I asked what does His feeling feel like?
Yeah, His presence feels like, not His feeling. I feel His presence. I would say His, the fact that He's here. And if I wasn't a Christian, I wouldn't know or believe in a God that was in all places at all times, to be with me at all times.
And what does His presence feel like?
Very difficult to put in words, like I said before. I'll be honest with you. Very difficult to put in words, but a feeling of lack of loneliness. Like, loneliness can't exist.
Right. And so when you do feel lonely, because you do feel lonely at times, you feel fear at times, what happens to God feelings when you do feel lonely again or fear? Where is God feeling when you're feeling that way?
I don't want to sound like I'm special or different from others, but like I said before, when I didn't feel God, I didn't believe in God, then I did feel lonely, but I can't say that I have since. So maybe,
you never feel lonely again?
No, I haven't.
And do you have anger?
No.
So
I forgave my parents, Jesse.
Oh, you did your homework.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I called in yesterday. I won't ask you to remember because I know you're black and black men don't remember. I think the only reason I even remember a little bit is because I got half white in me. But I called in yesterday we were talking about white people being under attack.
Yeah, I remember you from yesterday.
Yeah. Oh wow. And how they're under attack in their own countries, and how
right.
Something we said yesterday. You said you asked me why when I told you the white man of yesterday is gone, the one that used to just plod on and no one could tell him to stop until he got to where he felt like he wanted to go.
Yes.
And I said that white man was gone, and you asked me why, and one of the things I think we didn't talk about really is the repercussion of what happens when you are a white person. I mean, you talk about it a lot, obviously, on your show, people that lose their jobs and stuff, for stating things that are plainly true or trying to apply the law equally to all races, including all of the races that supposedly are above the law. People losing their jobs, and I think that's one of the reasons.
So you're saying that white people don't, even in their own country, because the Western world was created by white men, and you're saying that white men don't speak up, even though they're under attack now in the Western world by people of color, governments and whatever. Are you saying white men don't speak up today because they're afraid of losing a job?
Yeah, well, not just jobs, but repercussions. So, for students, I used to, be a student at university, and, if you don't toe the line of the LGBT, the BLM, they'll be sending you emails. The university will be sending you emails about, free Palestine, BLM, we know you might be feeling upset on campus and that kind of stuff. And if you don't toe that line and you say something, out of what they're expecting, you could lose your place at uni. And obviously people have lost their jobs and work.
But in the good old days,
I think they're afraid of repercussions.
But in the good old days, when white men founded this great country and created with the help of God, and in your country, white men didn't think about what they would lose because
agreed. I think
they put they loved the truth more than they did anything else. What happened to that?
I agree, and I think that you hit the nail on the head that the repercussions are not more important than the truth, and that if you were to lose your job or
I'm asking what happened to that type of love. What happened to that type of love that the white man stopped loving the truth, knowing that it was God who gave him the Western world, who helped him to create the greatest countries in the world? What happened to that love of truth that they know was given to them by God?
Well, I think a lot of the Western world obviously has fallen away from God. A lot of them, polls come out every day, censuses come out every year saying that less and less people are Christian, or less people want to admit it, or if you're asked in public, So I don't know. I think people have forgotten that, that there is a right way of doing things, and that, it has to be followed. But yeah,
are you afraid to speak up?
No, I mean, at uni when I first started, I'll be honest with you, I won't say I was fearful of repercussions, but I basically went in with the mentality of, for at least the first year, I'm here for 3 years, let me just kind of see what space this is, how radical this place is. Like, I need to hear the kind of things that they're talking about, hear what, student unions are talking about and things like that before I even, make what I believe known. But yeah, in the second and third year, if anyone asked me if there were conversations that were supposedly open to everyone in class, but what that really means is only put your hand up if you're going to go along with this LGBT, BLM, Free Palestine. But if you're actually going to go against it, they don't want you to put your hand up. But I did, and a couple of times I was brought aside by lecturers or emailed later on that, those kind of things are not really acceptable, to them in uni, that other students felt upset and that their feelings were hurt, and that I, as a student, don't have the right to upset students and things like that. So
let me ask you a quick question that I got to run here. Do you love the Jews?
Yes.
What do you say to the whites? There are some white people now who don't love the Jews. They're blaming the Jews for their failure. What do you say to white people those whites who don't love the Jews? And they call themselves Christians. What do you say to them?
Well, yeah, I would obviously say it's unchristian to be like that. That's not Christ-like to treat the Jews like that. Jesus was a Jew. But Jews today, I think that they play a massive role in what's going on in the world. Like, the kind of fight that they're fighting against terrorism, really, that's a fight that the whole Western world should have been fighting, and it's all just fallen on Israel's shoulder, in my opinion. So, to be honest, I think, any white person that, hates Jews or blames them for their problems doesn't understand that Jews have been, essential to the creation of some of these very powerful white nations. They've been helpers, allies. We've helped them. We've saved them. They've helped us. And they continue to be our allies. And they're the only ones in the Middle East that really are our allies. So, yeah, I would think they should do a bit more looking at what's going on and looking at history of our relationship.
Is it possible to love God and hate anyone?
No.
Nice.
No, it's not. I love when you ask that question to people because, the black people that come on your show are so quick to say, oh, I love my people. Oh, I love black people. And then you say, do you love the Asians? They'll be like, oh, yeah, I love the Asians. What about the Jews? Some of them will say yes. If the Hebrew Israelites on there or the Nation of Islam, they're going to tell you no. But, most blacks will probably just be like, yeah, I don't have anything against the Jews. You get to the white man, no. Or, I don't love all of them. Or I don't know all of them to love them. And it's so crazy that it's just the hypocrisy is so open. I love that question whenever you ask it.
Amazing. Amazing, man.
Jesse, quickly, I just wanted to, so I know I've been here for a minute. I just wanted to, the reason I actually called you was that talking about repercussions, right?
Yeah.
Police, we don't have unions here for police. I think it's like a legal matter. The police are not allowed to have unions, but they have basically a very similar organization, which is like a union for them. It's like a federation. Yeah. And the head of that, he recently just got fired, I think yesterday. And he got fired because he spoke about an incident that happened in London about a year ago, actually, but some events happened later on because of it. A black woman was on the bus, and she got asked by a ticket inspector to show her ticket, right? And she didn't want to show her ticket. Even though she actually had a legal ticket to show him, she just decided she didn't want to show him. So he followed protocol that day, and he called the police. The police showed up. She got told to leave the bus. She wouldn't. She got taken off the bus physically. Her child was there crying. Her brother's there filming, blaming the police, saying, "Oh, that's a woman. Stop grabbing her, manhandling her." When really, you should be telling this sister that, you know, you're the one that you have a ticket. Just show the guy. It could have all been over. But no, anyways. So what happened to the male police officer that was holding her arm the whole time? Didn't, you know, throw her around or anything, just holding her in place. He is now facing charges, and because of that, he's facing charges. He's been suspended. He's facing charges over that incident because obviously the blacks have kicked up a fuss and racism and slavery and colonial mentality and this and that, whatever else. But the police federation guy, the head of it, he was like, I've had many police officers, past and present, come to me and say that white officers feel that they cannot apply the law equally to all of the races, because if they do it to certain races, black, Asian, Arab, there will be an outcry of racism. They will get, if enough people make a complaint, there'll be an actual investigation internally into their behavior. They'll get sued. They'll get, maybe sent to prison. And because he said that in an interview, he lost his job for saying that. And he's now facing allegations that he's a racist and that it's just like, he's obviously been told that if even one officer has told him that, it's a problem. But for him to say that, which is his job as the person that represents these people, to say what they are telling him. And if they are telling him that, white officers feel they cannot actually do their job with black citizens, black criminals, Asian criminals, that's a problem. That should be talked about. It's insane, honestly.
So the blacks act the same way in London that they act
100%.
in the same way they act in America?
100%.
What's wrong with the blacks?
What's wrong with the blacks? It's a great question.
That's amazing. So is this guy going to continue to speak up anyway?
I hope so. I really hope so. I'd never even heard of him before, but I literally was just thinking, wow, that's a shame that an honest man, I don't know what else, I can't say an honest man in his whole life. I don't know what else he's done.
Yeah.
But that was an honest act of just telling the truth. This is my job. Whether people, I might get, a bit of criticism, a bit of backlash. This might hurt a few people's feelings, but this is the truth of what I've been told. It's mind blowing to me. And I just wonder how long the white man is going to keep pandering to this, because the problem is, there is a white man on both sides of the fence. There's a white conservative who wants the country to go back to law and order, but there's also a white man in power right now who's very liberal and just seems to want to see the world burn. So I don't know. That white man needs to come back and see sense, because otherwise it's not looking good. Or the other white man needs to rise up and do something. I don't know.
So will you tell this guy that's going through this to come on my show?
Mm-hmm.
Will you tell him to come on my show?
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll try and I don't know if he has an email or like somewhere you can send a letter to him. But yeah, I don't know. I'll try and reach out to him, I guess. But
see if you can find him and tell him I want him on the show.
Okay, amazing.
Oh man, let me know.
All right, I will do.
Amazing call, man.
All right, see you later.
Let me know. See if you can get him on the show.
Yeah, I will. I'll actually email him. I'll try and find out his contact details. And then, do you have like an email for people to like send it? If I put it in a bio, you'll get it.
Producer@jesseleepeterson.com.
Producer@jesseleepeterson. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll get him. I'll email him and tell him about the show, and that I obviously told what happened, and that if he wants to come and tell his side of it, that he should come and speak to you.
Absolutely. Amazing.
Yeah,
well, thank you, man. You're like my go-to guy in London.
Amazing.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, bro. Have a good day, and the rest of you as well.
All right. Amazing, huh?
All yours, Jesse.
Okay, thank you. Okay, buddy. What's your name again?
Femi.
And you're calling from?
London.
All right. Thank you, man. I got a black producer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about, and you talk a lot about it, America being taken, from the white man, and obviously all the other ethnic minorities are just messing stuff up as they go along.
Yes.
And you covered the UK a couple of weeks ago about the riots that were going on, which was because a lot of white people were fed up with the crime, the terrorism, a lot of different things go on here that, it doesn't necessarily make international American news, but we don't have Mexican immigration. We don't really have many South Americans, obviously, but we tend to have more Asian, African, Arab immigration, and that brings with it its own problems. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a little update. So based on the riots that happened the other day, right? So our MI5, which is like CIA or NSA or, intelligence service, they did a speech yesterday where they were saying that after it happens every year that they give this speech, doesn't matter who takes the job at the MI5, every year they have to compile a list of all of the people that the MI5 are watching because they believe these people are, they're going to commit violence, they're going to commit terror. So they have to make a database of all these people. They watch them. They watch what they do on the internet and stuff like that. Same thing in America. And same thing in America, who populates that list mostly, of course, is, Asian, Arab, Muslims most of the time. It's Islamic extremism. And this year was no different. So he basically read out the stats. Obviously, nothing surprising. It's Islamic extremism like always. But he rounded up the speech by basically saying that far-right extremism is the biggest threat to national security. That's like something we need to watch. He was saying that that the most amount of people ever, youth, on the terror watch list has been children. And he was saying that they're being radicalized by sharing far-right memes and engaging in internet culture. It's just a bunch of nonsense, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Nobody in this country fears far-right extremism. No one in America fears far-right extremism.
Right.
Far-right extremists don't blow up stadiums with people in them. We had a terrorist attack a few years ago in Manchester where they blew up like hundreds of kids and children. It's like, you would never hear the far-right doing something like that. And they know that, but they want us to believe that the biggest enemy are straight white men who are out somewhere in the night, fostering and planning to kill everyone that's non-white. And it's just, come on, like, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that update because obviously I know that you covered the UK, and I just wanted to let you know that things are still obviously getting worse, and the white men in control are still running from the actual problems, and just instead of saying what it is, which is the problem, they have to do the politically correct thing and start dancing around the issues.
And so why are the white people, the white people are afraid to speak up over there as they are here? And why is that? What's wrong with the whites that they won't speak up?
So the white man of yesterdecade, the white man that, created the civilizations, the things that we look around and we all take for granted.
Yes.
That white man that just did what he was going to do, had a plan in mind, followed it. If anyone told him his plan wasn't working, it's affecting me, you're hurting me, he just said, I don't care. I've got my plan and I'm going straight on with it. That man is gone. And the man that we have today, if he gets met with, somebody saying you're racist or, Islamophobic, transphobic, homophobic, the white man just suddenly just freezes up. He doesn't know what to do anymore. And he rolls over and lets them win. He doesn't know how to, handle criticism anymore. In my opinion, there are too many groups that are minorities that have far too much power, it seems, over the white man. He doesn't seem to know how to deal with them anymore. And I just feel like it doesn't make sense because the Western world, as we know it, is just crime-ridden. Yeah. And it's because the white man doesn't know how to put crime in order. He doesn't know how to do law and order. Those days of law and order are so far behind us that, you start talking to people about, in this country recently, they just released 1/3, or they plan to release another amount of prisoners, but they wanted to release 1/3 of the prisoners because apparently, they shouldn't be in prison. But come on, If they were in prison in the first place, then we need them in prison, not outside. And a lot of them have reoffended already since they've been released. So
do the whites in London, do they know what happened to the whites in South Africa and what's happening to the whites here in America? Are they aware that it's the same thing?
They are aware, but they learn it in history. They're aware of it, but do you know what it is? I don't think it's arrogance. I just think that the white man of today is very naive. Like, he watches these situations happening in different places. He sees it happening, but he's like, I don't think that will happen here. I'm sure it will be different here, or, but it's never different here.
No.
It's always the same. When you start seeing those symptoms in a society, that's what's coming. But, I just personally think that the white man needs to stop being so soft. Like, what happened to the white man that used to, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't like 3 strikes and you're out. You're out. There's no, you can argue with us. You can do the protest you want. 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah.
Those type of things, I believe, helped. Whether, the black community is going to cry afterwards and say, where did all our fathers go? If they weren't committing crime, they wouldn't have been locked up.
Absolutely.
That's as simple as it gets.
Absolutely. What a mess.
What a mess, seriously.
So it is like, am I right when I say that it's over for the Western world?
100. I can't say it's over, because at any minute the white man could wake up. Like what we saw in England, that was the first time that white people all around the country started getting annoyed enough that they actually took to the streets and did something. Now, I don't agree with violent protests, but when things are so bad in the society, people are going to do those kind of things. So to me, when you see those kind of sparks, it gives you hope that people somewhere are still upset that these things are happening. But it's all about whether the people are going to do something long term. If they're going to elect governments that actually are strong on crime, strong on immigration, those kind of things. If they're not, and I think a lot of people on the right just don't vote. They just think that the system's so corrupt. They've seen it so many times that there's no point voting, but that lets us down, because people on the left, they will always vote. They will always make sure that their way is going to be represented.
And so are the whites over there electing government that will enforce the law and stand up for them, or not?
Of course not. No, unfortunately, our country, we had a bit of unfortunate circumstances. I would say that we had a conservative government in government for about 10 years, and the general consensus of the country is that they didn't do a good job on anything. Didn't do a good job on crime, didn't do a good job on immigration, didn't do a good job on many things, and therefore the opposition team, the Liberals, were always going to win, because so many people were like, wow, they did such a horrible chance. There's no way we could ever elect them in again. So the Liberals won this time, and they're now in government for the next 4 years. But, polls are showing that he's the most hated prime minister that's ever been, in the shortest space of time, because he's so liberal, letting criminals out.
Yeah.
Tough against Israel, tough, not tough on immigration, but, tough on things that don't matter, tough on internet crime and what people say on the internet and this and that, but not investigating real people getting killed, not investigating real high-level thefts, frauds, drug rings, trafficking, none of that. Let's focus on what people are saying on the internet. Let's focus on so-called far-right extremists when no one's ever met anyone that honestly they could say, yep, this guy needs to be on the watch list for his far-right views. We don't know people like that. It's just people that are concerned with crime and people that are concerned with immigration. And if that makes you a far-right extremist, then sign me up, fam.
So I wanted to ask, the conservative over there, are they really conservatives, or they're not? And why do you say no?
Not really. I would say in their 10-year run that they just had, they were not conservative at all. They were not tough on crime. They were not tough on immigration, not tough on Islamic extremism or terrorism around the world, nothing. But since the Liberals have taken over, since they lost the election, now all of a sudden they are scrambling all over themselves to say that, we'll be tough on crime. Look, we'll be tough on crime. We'll do all of the things that we should have done the first time. So I don't think they're really conservative. I just think that it's a game. A lot of them just know that some people vote for conservative ideas, so we'll tell them that if that makes them vote. But do they really believe? I think the problem is these politicians, they will never live in the communities that any of this, stuff is affecting. They don't live in the communities where they could get robbed for their Rolex. They don't live in the communities where immigration has sent this whole community from a population that used to speak 80% English to 20% English. They'll never live like that. So they don't really ever care what happens which way or the other.
Amazing. And so the conservative over there are just like the right-o conservatives here.
Yeah. Yes.
And one last thing that I got to run, but what is the impression of the great white hope, Donald Trump, over there? How do they see him over there?
Well, obviously, our media is very liberal dominated, just like yours. So the way that he was covered throughout the election process, last time, this time, all of our media outlets had, Harris winning the debate, if you could imagine.
What?
If you could imagine, they honed in on the cats and the dogs thing, and I couldn't believe that was such a thing that Americans were, there were actually Americans saying, "Wow, I can't believe he's making up all of this stuff." And I found it from London within seconds. All I typed in was Springfield, Ohio City Council meeting, and I found that black guy and a whole bunch of other residents saying, "Fam, they're eating the cats and the dogs." So, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, he's not really received super well over here, but, the people that want order in the world, people that want less terrorism, less crime, they know that if Trump is in office in America, it all trickles down to the rest of the world, especially the rest of the Western world. And we're safer as a world with somebody like him than.
And are the liberals over there more extreme than our liberals over here?
I can't really say that they have instances of being more extreme. But I wouldn't say there are some things I've heard from America that make you say wow, but also some of the exact same things happening. The trans, kids getting their sex changes done. That was happening in London. So, immigration, just all of the things that happens in America, I would say happens here. So it's just obviously our immigration problem. We don't have South Americans. That's the only difference. We just have more Arab, more Asian, more African, less South American. But every other problem, crime, things not being safe, women being attacked, kids not being able to go out, men being beta males, everything is the same here as it is there, I'll be honest with you.
Amazing, man. Well, I really, really appreciate your call, and thank you for calling in and updating us, informing us as to what's happening over there. I just think that if things don't change for the good, if white people don't speak up, and I can see that the people of color, all they do is destroy. They never really make anything better, or they don't come with new ideas, not real ideas. I just don't know what's going to happen to society if we lose the Western world, and that seems to be happening quickly, in a hurry.
I mean, even London, you read out, I remember you reading out a statistic the other day saying something like they predict in 2050 America is going to have more ethnic minorities than whites. Yeah. I mean, in London, it literally just happened. For the first time ever, whites are no longer the majority group in London. They represent 42%, and black and other ethnic minorities are 44%. And people that were not born, listen to this, people that were not even born in the UK at all, 43%, more than white people in the UK, in London, sorry. Insane. London's
my God.
London's already fallen. It's unfortunate.
London has fallen.
Yeah, it's not looking good, seriously.
Oh, man. And so, how are you white?
No, I'm mixed race. I'm half Nigerian and half English.
Amazing.
And I used to be all into the black mess, all of it. And thank God I woke up one day and I just said, bro, none of this makes sense. None of these No, it's too much. It's too much. Blaming other people that you will never meet, never gonna meet, never ever gonna meet. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense.
And how do you spell your name?
FEMI, F-E-M-I. Foxtrot, Echo, Mike, Indigo.
Oh, okay. Amazing. Your call is amazing, man. Thank you for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you guys are well anyway, and I appreciate the work that you do. Honestly, like, I wish more people could listen to you, but we both know that just because more people listen to you doesn't mean that people are going to hear it. But
Absolutely.
I do think that you're doing the Lord's work, and if more people woke up and actually just were men and realized what's right and what's wrong, we'd be in a much better position than we are now as people.
100%. Call me again, buddy.
I will. See you later.
Okay. I got to take a quick break. Sorry, I went over a little bit there. I had to. It was an amazing call. Back in a moment. 888-77-JESSE. Let me go to a first-time call out of Florida. Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, how's it going, Jesse?
All is well. All is well.
Nice. So this is the first time I've ever called. Sorry, a little nervous, but
relax, take a breath. It's just Jesse.
Exactly. But yeah, so I recently actually started dating this girl about 6 months ago. Everything is going very well. Yeah, I would say. She already wants to get married and starts talking about having kids and all that. And I don't know. I'm wondering if my heart is just feeling like it needed something. So it's just, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I feel like I was looking for happiness in all the wrong places, I feel like, but then she just kind of came into my life and it's just been great. Yeah. So I want to know if, I don't know, pursuing that, is I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm stumped, actually.
Are you stumped on what?
Just on, because there's some situations that, she recently moved in with this, with her roommate, and I kind of, have mixed feelings about that person because they do OnlyFans and these kind of things. So in my heart, I'm feeling that maybe she's going to get, influenced maybe negatively, and I don't know how to just express that to her without it blowing out of proportion.
And why do you think it would blow her out of proportion if you expressed it?
Because females have emotions like that.
And so why would you date or marry someone that you are afraid to be yourself with?
It's not that I'm afraid to be myself with.
Then why don't you bring it up then and let her explode and you see what's in her?
Yeah, you're right.
No,
you're right.
That was a question.
No, why don't I?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, actually. I think I've just been hesitant because...
You won't bring it up because you're afraid that she would explode.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Or that, I don't want to hurt her feelings or something like that.
And so how would you be the head of her if you're afraid to hurt her feelings when you know feelings are not necessary?
That's true.
No, that was a question.
I'm not sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure actually how I'd be the head of her. I mean, I know that I would be the head of her just because, I don't know, that's just, we have this dynamic, but I just don't want to, I don't know. It's weird to put somebody in that kind of situation, but then again, I shouldn't have to feel the way that I'm feeling just because I want to express myself.
It's weird to put somebody in what kind of situation?
Not weird situation, but just, I don't know, putting them in that kind of spotlight or thinking that they would do something, but in reality, they probably would never do something like that.
But how will you communicate with her as a wife, God forbid, if you can't communicate as a boyfriend, girlfriend?
I guess I'd have to explore that a little bit more. I guess I'd just have to be more open to just expressing everything how I feel.
Can you hold on? Can you hold for me?
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on. Let me take a break. Amazing. Justin is out of New Jersey. Justin, welcome to the show. There's one line open, 888-77 Justin. Justin, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
All is well.
All right. I think we talked about a year ago. I don't know if you remember me or not.
A year ago? What's up?
It was a year. I asked you about Halloween. And,
I don't even remember my son's name after a year.
Okay. All right.
But go ahead.
I was listening to this preacher, another guy. I think his name's like Cliff or something.
No,
the
name is not necessary. Go ahead.
Okay. So he was talking about the Old Testament and how God's more wrathful in the Old Testament and all that. But he says that the Old Testament and the New Testament combined shows how God is good. And just as in the Old Testament, how God hates evil, he says, that we are called to hate evil as well. And if you can stand by and watch evil happen and do nothing about it, then you are not good. This is what he says. So I'm wondering your opinion on that. Are we called to hate evil? I guess not with like human hate, but with some kind of righteous hate, or is it not our responsibility? Because I think I've heard you say before that it's not really our responsibility to get mixed up in other people's problems and things like that. But
right, what can you do about evil?
You know, I really get confused about that. I think about that a lot, and I'm honestly not sure what I can do. I mean, am I supposed to do anything?
Can you do anything about the evil that is within you?
Oh, well, that, yeah, for sure.
What can you do about the evil that is in you?
Keep watching it.
And then if you are watching it, what are you doing about it?
It's a good question. I guess in watching it, I'm seeing its true nature.
Well, in watching it, you're doing nothing about it, because if you can see evil, you also see that there's nothing you can do about it. That's why you just see it by the light of the Father. And the Father is the one that defeats evil. There's nothing we can do about it ourselves at all. And so, and knowing that that's true, what can you do about evil in someone else?
Right.
No, that was a question.
Well, I see. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So your preacher is dumb.
Yeah, no, I don't listen to him that much. I just saw him in like a YouTube short, and I thought about you because I'm like, well, this sounds like the exact opposite of what Jesse talks about. So.
There's nothing we can do about it. Just think about it. If you had control over evil, you would have gotten rid of evil already. You would not have been thinking and feeling the way you feel and carrying out the acts that you have carried out. You can't do anything about evil. Of ourselves, we can do nothing. We know nothing, and we can do nothing. And only an idiot think that they can.
I agree. I mean, the biggest thing you've said that has helped me along this journey so far is when you said, why would you ever give yourself a negative thought?
Yes.
Like something that you don't want to think. And that happens all the time. Like thoughts will come up that I really just don't want to be thinking about. And I'm like, why would I do that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So it's like, yeah, it's not me.
It's a blind person who think. It's a blind person who think and or believe that they have control over thoughts. They create their own thoughts, and they can't. They have no idea what they're talking about. They can't see. And you ask them, okay, if you're creating your own thoughts, why do you create thoughts that make you afraid or cause you to be lonely or cause you to have suicidal thoughts. If you create a thought, you would always create good thoughts. You wouldn't create thoughts that make you feel horrible.
Right, yeah. I mean, it makes 100% sense.
Yeah, amazing.
Amazing. Now, there's one more thing about something that Jesus says. This is another, well, not a preacher, but his name's Charlie Kirk. Have you ever heard of him before?
I have.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk said to someone recently in an interview that they were saying about like how you're supposed to recruit others to Christianity, like you're supposed to bring people to faith. And they didn't agree with that. And Charlie said, well, one of the last things that Jesus said was to go and make followers of all nations. But I've heard you say before the opposite of that we don't really need to force people to, believe what we believe and all that. Like they need to come to it themselves and all that. So how do you reconcile with the fact that Jesus did say that we should go and make followers of all nations and preach to people and all that kind of stuff?
What do you think about that? When Charlie, I didn't hear him say that, but if he said that, what do you think about that?
I think, see, again, it makes sense what you say that we're really not obligated to make other people see it our way. But at the same time, it's like if God says, well, Jesus isn't God, but if we're called to do that, then should we? Like if it says it in the Bible, but I guess we shouldn't follow the Bible to a T, Bible thumper. I don't know. It's like, is some parts of the Bible wrong and some parts of the Bible right? Is it kind of like a metaphorical thing? It's confusing. That's why I want to see. That's why I want to hear your input on it.
And so, do you believe you can make other people follow Christ?
No, because every time, and I know I'm wrong for this because you say you shouldn't be talking to people about this, because every time I do, they get mad. I have this one person in my life that they're in misery, right? They are suffering. And I feel like I have the keys to their salvation. So once in a while, I'll try to talk to them about this kind of stuff, and they get pissed. The demon comes out in them like no other. And it's and then I get reminded, don't cast your pearls before swine and all that. So, but yeah, so no, yeah, I know. You really can't convince anyone of anything. You just can't.
And so,
it's pointless.
And so do you, if Charlie said that, and again, I didn't hear him say it, but do you agree with what he said?
No, I really don't.
Yeah. You can't make anybody follow Jesus. All you do is become by you overcoming the fallen state, you become a light, you become an example. And if someone sees the light in you and they want to follow Jesus, quote unquote, they'll ask you, hey, I see something different about you, or something like that. Or you just be given the words to say, but you can't make anybody follow Jesus.
That's interesting. So when Jesus told us to go and make followers of all nations, did he mean to do so by being the light and by being the example, and not by just trying to talk to them and all that?
That's the only way, by being the example.
Oh, wow.
Being the light. And the light will do the work for you.
Okay, that's huge, Jesse. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, buddy. Amazing.
That's big.
Thank you, Justin.
Hey, no problem. Good talking to you.
All right. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Let me go to Jaden out of California. Jaden, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
What's up, Jesse?
All is well.
Nice. I just want to follow up last week on Bible Thumper Thursday. You said Jesus did not die in the way that I think he died. Do you remember that?
No, never ask a black man if he remembers.
Yep. All right. Well, you did say that, and I was just calling back to see what did you mean when you say he didn't die the way I think he died.
I don't know because I don't remember the conversation.
It was about keep your thoughts on heaven and how Jesus is like king, and you disagreed. And I asked you, is the death literal? And you said, yeah, it's literal. You said if he didn't die, I'd be even more in hell than I am now. And then at the end, you said that he didn't die the way that I think he died.
Nice.
So what do you mean by that?
I don't remember the conversation, Jaden.
So how did he die? Do you know that?
How did Jesus die?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You said Jesus never died. It was his ego.
How do you think he died?
He got nailed to the cross.
And how do you think he died? Oh, you mean
got nailed to the cross.
so you mean like he died by getting nailed to the cross?
His physical body died, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he did. His physical body died when it was nailed to the cross. And what made you realize that?
Because
you saw him on the cross.
His heart was dead.
Right.
Right.
All right. Thank you, man. Amazing.
All right.
Jaden, are you a Christian?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And what good has it done you to be a Christian?
Well, honestly, if I'm being like 100% honest, I'm not going to say it did me no good, because what it did for me was it made me have faith in God. So I literally will just start doing, sometimes I'll be like swimming and I'll be getting pulled down in the river, and I'll just have no fear because I know God's not going to let me die. So I'll just keep swimming and I'll be safe, right? It's stuff like that. I have like faith.
What good has it done you to be a Christian?
Yeah, so it gave me faith that things are going to end up like all right, that God is like controlling everything for my good.
And how do you know you have faith?
Because I go through situations I would never when I was an atheist, and I have no fear.
Okay. Oh, amazing. Thank you, Jay.
Can I ask you a quick question, though?
Yes.
The only time I ever do have fear, it only started recently, and it's when I go outside and I look at it usually just happens that I'm on a bridge, and it feels like I'm going to die. Like every time I go on a bridge without fail, it feels like I'm going to die. Like my heart stops. I can't breathe. I feel like I'm dying. I can barely move. I can barely walk on the bridge. I don't know why.
So you do? I thought you said you don't have fear. Why don't you use your faith and walk across the bridge?
It just popped up. It just popped up. It's crazy.
What just popped up?
The fear, like a week ago, just started.
And why don't you use your faith and walk across the bridge without the fear?
I do. That's the only way I get through it. I'm just like, all right, God, don't let me die. And I just keep walking. But it doesn't go away.
And your question for me about that is what?
Why do you think that's happening? How do I fix it?
Because you don't know God.
That's interesting. Probably got to do more of the silent prayer rant.
You got to work on yourself, because anyone that knows God does not have fear, period.
I would agree with that. But this is more like, it's not like a fear of facing my mama, like that kind of fear. It's like a deep, spiritual fear of feel like I'm in hell when I'm on that bridge.
Well, if you knew God, you wouldn't have that fear.
I feel like God's giving me the fear, and I know that's wrong, but that's just what I think, and I don't know how to...
Satan got you thinking that. God does not give you a spirit of fear. That comes from your God, Satan.
Right. I know these things intellectually, but I just can't see them, and that's the problem, I guess.
Are you doing the silent prayer?
Yeah.
Every morning, every night?
No, not every morning, every night.
And how do you expect to be with God at all times if you don't do it?
Well, my problem is that I keep, not to be crude, but I keep fapping. I don't know if you know what that is, but, unwholesome stuff. And I'm thinking that if I just go a week without doing it, then I'll be conscious enough to where I can do the silent prayer and it'll have an effect.
Well, I don't know what you mean by fapping, but fapping has nothing to do. Fapping has nothing. But why don't you do the silent prayer and that?
Because when I do the silent prayer after a day or two after doing it, it just doesn't do anything. But when I wait a week and I do it, I can finally see.
So you got your mind, man.
I know. It's really bad, but
and so you don't. So you don't believe in God then?
No, I believe in God.
But how can you believe in God and you're so connected to the hell in your mind?
Because what does it mean to believe in God?
No, you should. That's a question for you.
Right, I can give you the answer. My answer is I just know that God's gonna. In the end, everything's gonna work out okay.
But if you know that, why you so one with evil?
Well, I know it's not me that's afraid. That's the main difference that being a Christian has done. I know that the fear isn't mine.
But
I am afraid.
if you have all this faith in God, why are you so connected? Why are you so one with evil?
I've been asking myself that for a while. I don't even know. Because I do just keep doing evil, and it's like I know God is real. He's right there watching me, and I just...
But you don't know that.
Can I think?
You
all right, I
believe
know.
you believe intellectually about that, and so believing intellectually about it, and then quoting what you hear, is not knowing God at all.
But I didn't hear
It's
about
just
it.
intellectual quoting.
I didn't hear about
Quoting
anything
the
about
truth.
God.
Quoting the truth doesn't mean that you know God at all.
I don't quote the truth from the Bible or anything.
But you do. You said I have faith, and I can. And you
But that's
don't.
not... I didn't get that from the Bible. I was an atheist before I became a Christian. I became a Christian because God answered my prayers and he was there for me. I didn't read the Bible and become a Christian. Thankfully. Otherwise, I would have become a Bible thumper.
So if God was there for you, why do you still have fear and you're so connected with your imagination and you won't be still and know him?
Because I absolutely love the demons that have possessed me.
So then
I'm in love with them.
Right. And so you don't know God and you don't love God.
I don't know God, but I believe in God.
No, you don't. You believe about God.
It's like how I don't have to know President Trump, but I can believe he'll do a good job.
Jaden, how can you believe in God and love your hell?
Because believing is different from knowing God. It's like President Trump, right? You believe he's going to do a good job for the country, right? But you don't have to know him personally to know that, right? To believe that.
Amazing. Thank you, Jaden. I appreciate it, man.
All right.
All right,
Thank
buddy.
you, Jesse.
Okay. Before I go back to the phones, I've said for a while now, because our borders are wide open and nobody cares except Trump, our government it's like they're intentionally, deliberately setting us up for destruction, to bring on fear, to get a control of us all. They have left the borders wide open and literally invited people from around the world. Come on in. We'll give you a free cell phone. We'll give you free houses. We'll give you free everything, free education. Kamala Harris even wants you to get free sex changes. And it's no wonder that, according to the report, there are people in our country who literally want to kill us. Are you surprised? And our government don't care. Believe me, they do not care. Oh, they'll go on TV and say all the right words that strokes your ego and make you think they care. But they don't. They care about money and power only. They only care about themselves. They don't care about you or anyone else. Fox is reporting that the U.S. Department of Justice has arrested this Allahu Akbar guy who allegedly planned an attack on Election Day in the name of the Islamic State group. Watch this from Fox.
So the FBI has been warning that an open southern border and the flow of illegal aliens into the U.S. means potential terrorists are entering the country. So the Justice Department says an Afghan citizen living in Oklahoma has been charged with plotting a terrorist attack on Election Day for ISIS. 27-year-old Nasir Tawhidi obtained weapons and ammunition to launch this attack. He arrived in the U.S. in September 2021, just days after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. The DOJ saying, quote, Tawhidi allegedly indicated that his attack attack was planned for Election Day. And in a post-arrest interview, Tawhidi allegedly confirmed that the attack was planned for Election Day, targeting large gatherings of people during which he and the juvenile were expected to die as martyrs.
These people are in our country now. Thank you, government. Thank you, American government. They don't care. If they cared, they would have shut the border, completed the job that Donald Trump started, the Great White Hope. They would have completed the fence around the wall and kept the rules and regulations in that Donald Trump gave them. They did not. They erased those right away. It's so possible. It is so possible. May God have mercy on our country. The government don't care about you, and you don't care either because you still vote in the same government. Just because they make you feel good. They make you smile. They tell you that it's okay to kill the man's babies in the womb and call it abortion. Call it your body, and you smile and you vote for them, while terrorists lurk in the neighborhood. You get the government that you vote for. You get what you deserve. What you put out come back at you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, Lord. Can you sing like that? Can you say it like that, Hake?
Yes.
Let me hear it.
No.
What a mess. Let me go over to London and talk to... What?
FEMI.
FEMI. FEMI, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse. Hope you're well.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
And what good has is your religion working for you?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
In what way is it working?
I would say at least one way I could say is that I know at least as a Christian, not every religion can say this, but as a Christian, you know that God is always with you. So that gives you solace that you're never alone.
And how do you know that God is always with you?
Well, I know you're going to probably say, don't use the Bible, but...
I'm not going to say that. It's Bible Thought for Thursday.
Okay, well, yeah, obviously the Bible teaches that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, are with us, and that Jesus had to go for the Holy Spirit to come and be with us and to teach us the way. So, yeah, if you're not a Christian, then you wouldn't believe that, and you wouldn't know that the Holy Spirit's with you all the time.
And how do you know that God is with you?
Because I've been able to feel him at times, and like when I previously would have felt alone, but obviously having come to God, realizing that I'm not alone, I can actually feel the presence.
And so what does God's presence feel like?
Tough question. I can't really describe it, but what I could say is that the previous feeling of feeling alone, loneliness, that feeling isn't there.
So
that feeling that you're not alone, and not in a creepy way, like there's some kind of thing hovering behind you or anything like that. But
And what does God feelings feel like?
I don't feel God's feelings.
You said that you feel his feeling. I asked how did you know he was with you, and you said because you can feel it, feel him.
Yeah.
And I asked what does his feeling feel like?
Yeah, his presence feels like, not his feeling. I feel his presence, I would say. His, the fact that he's here. And if I wasn't a Christian, I wouldn't know or believe in a God that was in all places at all times, to be with me at all times.
And what does his presence feel like?
Very difficult to put in words. Like I said before, I'll be honest with you. Very difficult to put in words, but a feeling of lack of loneliness. Like, loneliness can't exist.
Right. And so when you do feel lonely, because you do feel lonely at times, you feel fear at times, what happens to God feelings when you do feel lonely again or fear? Where is God feeling when you're feeling that way?
I don't want to sound like I'm special or different from others, but like I said before, when I didn't feel God, I didn't believe in God, then I did feel lonely, but I can't say that I have since. So maybe,
you never feel lonely again?
No, I haven't.
And do you have anger?
No.
So
I forgave my parents, Jesse.
Oh, you did your homework.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I called in yesterday. I won't ask you to remember because I know you're black and black men don't remember. I think the only reason I even remember a little bit is because I got half white in me. But I called in yesterday we were talking about white people being under attack.
Yeah, I remember
and how
you from
their
yesterday.
countries are being, yeah. Oh wow. And how they're under attack in their own countries, and how
right.
Something we said yesterday. You said you asked me why when I told you the white man of yesterday is gone, the one that used to just plod on and no one could tell him to stop until he got to where he felt like he wanted to go.
Yes.
And I said that white man was gone, and you asked me why, and one of the things I think we didn't talk about really is the repercussion of what happens when you are a white person. I mean, you talk about it a lot, obviously, on your show, people that lose their jobs and stuff, for stating things that are plainly true or trying to apply the law equally to all races, including all of the races that supposedly are above the law. People losing their jobs, and I think that's one of the reasons.
So you're saying that white people don't, even in their own country, because the Western world was created by white men, and you're saying that white men don't speak up, even though they're under attack now in the Western world by people of color, governments and whatever. Are you saying white men don't speak up today because they're afraid of losing a job?
Yeah, well, not just jobs, but repercussions. So, for students, I used to, be a student at university, and, if you don't toe the line of the LGBT, the BLM, they'll be sending you emails. The university will be sending you emails about, free Palestine, BLM, we know you might be feeling upset on campus and that kind of stuff. And if you don't toe that line and you say something, out of what they're expecting, you could lose your place at uni, and obviously people have lost their jobs and work.
But in the good old days,
I think they're afraid of repercussions.
But in the good old days, when white men founded this great country and created with the help of God, and in your country, white men didn't think about what they would lose because
agreed.
They loved the truth more than they did anything else. What happened to that?
I agree, and I think that you hit the nail on the head that the repercussions are not more important than the truth, and that if you were to lose your job or
I'm asking what happened to that type of love. What happened to that type of love that the white man stopped loving the truth, knowing that it was God who gave him the Western world, who helped him to create the greatest countries in the world? What happened to that love of truth that they know was given to them by God?
Well, I think a lot of the Western world obviously has fallen away from God. A lot of them, polls come out every day, censuses come out every year saying that less and less people are Christian, or less people want to admit it, or if you're asked in public, So, I don't know. I think people have forgotten that, that there is a right way of doing things, and that, it has to be followed. But, yeah.
Are you afraid to speak up?
No, I mean at uni when I first started, I'll be honest with you, I won't say I was fearful of repercussions, but I basically went in with the mentality of, for at least the first year, I'm here for 3 years. Let me just kind of see what space this is, how radical this place is. Like, I need to hear the kind of things that they're talking about, hear what, student unions are talking about and things like that before I even, make what I believe known. But yeah, in the second and third year, if anyone asked me or if there were conversations that were supposedly open to everyone in class, but what that really means is only put your hand up if you're going to go along with this LGBT, BLM, Free Palestine. But if you're actually going to go against it, they don't want you to put your hand up. But I did, and a couple of times I was brought aside by lecturers or emailed later on that, those kind of things are not really acceptable, to them in uni, that other students felt upset and that their feelings were hurt and that I, as a student, don't have the right to upset students and things like that. So
let me ask you a quick question that I got to run here. Do you love the Jews?
Yes.
What do you say to the whites? There are some white people now who don't love the Jews. They're blaming the Jews for their failure. What do you say to white people those whites who don't love the Jews? And they call themselves Christians. What do you say to them?
Well, yeah, I would obviously say it's unchristian to be like that. That's not Christ-like to treat the Jews like that. Jesus was a Jew. But Jews today, I think that they play a massive role in what's going on in the world. Like, the kind of fight that they're fighting against terrorism, really, that's a fight that the whole Western world should have been fighting, and it's all just fallen on Israel's shoulder, in my opinion. So, to be honest, I think, yeah, any white person that, hates Jews or blames them for their problems doesn't understand that Jews have been, essential to the creation of some of these very powerful white nations. They've been helpers, allies. We've helped them. We've saved them. They've helped us. And they continue to be our allies. And they're the only ones in the Middle East that really are our allies. So, yeah, I would think they should do a bit more looking at what's going on and looking at history of our relationship.
Is it possible to love God and hate anyone?
No.
Nice.
No, it's not. I love when you ask that question to people because, the black people that come on your show are so quick to say, oh, I love my people. Oh, I love black people. Yeah. And then you say, do you love the Asians? They'll be like, oh, yeah, I love the Asians. What about the Jews? Some of them will say yes. If the Hebrew Israelites on there or the Nation of Islam, they're going to tell you no. But, most blacks will probably just be like, yeah, I don't have anything against the Jews. You get to the white man, no. Or, I don't love all of them. Or I don't know all of them to love them. And it's so crazy that it's just the hypocrisy is so open. I love that question whenever you ask it.
Amazing. Amazing, man.
Jesse, quickly, I just wanted to, so I know I've been here for a minute. I just wanted to, the reason I actually called you was that talking about repercussions, right?
Yeah.
We don't have unions here for police. I think it's like a legal matter. The police are not allowed to have unions, but they have basically a very similar organization, which is like a union for them. It's like a federation. Yeah. And the head of that, he recently just got fired, I think yesterday. And he got fired because he spoke about an incident that happened in London, about a year ago, actually, but some events happened later on because of it. A black woman was on the bus, and she got asked by a ticket inspector to show her ticket, right? And she didn't want to show her ticket, even though she actually had a legal ticket to show him. She just decided she didn't want to show him. So he followed protocol that day, and he called the police. The police showed up. She got told to leave the bus. She wouldn't. She got taken off the bus physically. Her child was there crying. Her brother's there filming, blaming the police, saying, oh, that's a woman. Stop grabbing her, manhandling her. When really, you should be telling this so that, you're the one that you have a ticket. Just show the guy. It could have all been over. But no, anyways. So what happened to the male police officer that was holding her arm the whole time? Didn't, throw her around or anything, just holding her in place. He is now facing charges, and because of that, he's facing charges. He's been suspended. He's facing charges over that incident because obviously the blacks have kicked up a fuss and racism and slavery and colonial mentality and this and that, whatever else. But the police federation guy, the head of it, he was like, I've had many police officers, past and present, come to me and say that white officers feel that they cannot apply the law equally to all of the races, because if they do it to certain races, black, Asian, Arab, there will be an outcry of racism. They will get, if enough people make a complaint, there'll be an actual investigation internally into their behavior. They'll get sued. They'll get, maybe sent to prison. And because he said that in an interview, he lost his job for saying that. And he's now facing allegations that he's a racist and that it's just like, he's obviously been told that by, if even one officer has told him that, it's a problem. But for him to say that, which is his job as the person that represents these people, to say what they are telling him. And if they are telling him that, white officers feel they cannot actually do their job with black citizens, black criminals, Asian criminals, that's a problem. That should be talked about. It's insane, honestly.
So the blacks act the same way in London that they act
100%.
in the same way they act in America?
100%.
What's wrong with the blacks?
What's wrong with the blacks? It's a great question.
That's amazing. So is this guy going to continue to speak up anyway?
I hope so. I really hope so. I'd never even heard of him before, but I literally was just thinking, wow, that's a shame that an honest man, I don't know what else, I can't say an honest man in his whole life. I don't know what else he's done.
Yeah.
But that was an honest act of just telling the truth. This is my job. Whether people, I might get, a bit of criticism, a bit of backlash. This might hurt a few people's feelings, but this is the truth of what I've been told. It's mind blowing to me. And I just wonder how long the white man is going to keep pandering to this, because the problem is, there is a white man on both sides of the fence. There's a white conservative who wants the country to go back to law and order, but there's also a white man in power right now who's very liberal and just seems to want to see the world burn. So I don't know. That white man needs to come back and see sense, because otherwise it's not looking good. Or the other white man needs to rise up and do something. I don't know.
So will you tell this guy that's going through this to come on my show?
Mm-hmm.
Will you tell him to come on my show?
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll try and I don't know if he has an email or like somewhere you can send a letter to him. But yeah, I don't know. I'll try and reach out to him, I guess. But
see if you can find him and tell him I want him on the show.
Okay, amazing.
Oh man, let me know.
All right, I will do.
Amazing call, man.
All right, see you later.
Let me know. See if you can get him on the show.
Yeah, I will. I'll actually email him. I'll try and find out his contact details. And then, do you have like an email for people to like send it? If I put it in a bio, you'll get it.
Producer@jesseleepeterson.com.
Producer. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'll get him. I'll email him and tell him about the show, and that I obviously told what happened, and that if he wants to come and tell his side of it, that he should come and speak to you.
Absolutely. Amazing.
Yeah,
well, thank you, man. You're like my go-to guy in London.
Amazing.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, bro. Have a good day. And the rest of you as well.
All right. Amazing, huh? Let me go to Eric, our first-time caller out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Oh, I wish I was in Dixie. Eric.
Amen.
Eric, welcome to the show.
Amen. Reverend Jesse, I'm not going to say I agree with you on every point of thing that you have to say, but I appreciate your candor and your honesty. I have to say, there's a couple things I have to ask questions about. Okay, one, I'm a dimensional Christian. If you know what that means.
No, I don't.
I was raised a Catholic, and I was baptized a Baptist, and somewhere I'm in between. And I believe. Now, we use the word Trinity, which is not in the Bible, but I believe that God has to modalize them, and there's a lot of people going to call me a heretic for this, but Christ is the Father in human form. That's the way I believe.
And why do you believe that? When Christ said he is the Son, why do you believe he's the Father?
Because God is one. The totality of God, first off, is kind of beyond our three-dimensional mindset. And so well, I believe there's like 10 or multiple dimensions, and that God represents himself in those dimensions through that, which is, and they're going to call me a modalist. I don't really care. All right. And they're going to call me a heretic, but he represented himself in his son.
Right. The Father is in the Son, but that doesn't make the Son God.
Okay, I'm going to struggle with that for a while. I'll have to work that out. But all I know is
even the Son said he was the Son. My Father and I are one. I am the Son, and my daddy is daddy. My Father is my Father.
So you believe Jehovah, or Yahweh, depending on which language you want to use, is separate of the Son.
Well, who is Jehovah?
Jehovah is one of the names of God. Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah, right?
Jehovah Jireh, my provider. His blessings are sufficient for me. His blessings are sufficient for me.
Amen.
My God shall supply all my needs according to his riches and glory. He's put his angels in charge over me. Jehovah,
Amen.
Jireh cares for me. Oh, I believe the Father and the Son are one. Just as you are the Son, you're the Son of God, so you and God are one. He dwells in you. He leads you. He guides you. He gives you life. So you and the Father are one, but that doesn't make you God.
No, I'm not God.
So you're
and I don't believe in, I'm not a little G, but I believe Jesus died for my sins, and why he did that, I'm amazed.
That's right.
I am a perfectly, we can talk. I'm gonna ask you one other question after this. I'm perfectly. I only have one bastion left, but I am not perfect. I have done so many horrible things in my life. Even thought I was a good guy doing it.
That's right. Have you overcome your anger? Not
every day.
And why not? Why haven't you dropped all the...
I get frustrated.
Why?
I get frustrated, and then I express my frustration in anger. And I know that I'm a reviler because of that. And I'm seeking salvation, Reverend.
Why don't you drop your anger right now and never get angry again?
I will. I'm sorry, Reverend. You're breaking me down right now, but okay. I will. In Jesus' holy name, I will. I do want to ask you one about I want to ask you about what Christ said when they tried to deny the children to come to him. And he said, do not deny them coming to me. He said, anybody causes them to harm, he said sin, but harm to them, he said, it's better a millstone wrapped around their neck and thrown in the deepest portion of the ocean. And I find that to be a veiled threat against pedophiles.
No, because the children, until they are traumatized by their mothers, the children are innocent, and they should not be kept away from God. But when mothers and fathers are not perfect, they traumatize the children, and they prevent the children from going to the father.
Okay. And now, does that also apply to those who? I'm sorry, I was molested and raped as a child. Okay, and so I have a very hard bend against pedophiles. I just do. How do I deal with that?
By forgiving them, because if you hate the pedophile, you are worse than the pedophile himself, because the angry person is an evil person. An angry person.
I don't want to be evil.
Well, then forgive them, because the same anger that's driving you to be angry, the same spirit, it's the same spirit inside of them that made them do what they did. It was the evil, the anger of the heart. So you got to forgive them so God can forgive you.
Okay.
They couldn't
Man,
help.
that's a tough nut to wrap around. You know that, right?
Well, that is a tough nut to wrap around, but you got to wrap that nut around it, and you got to forgive. You got to forgive them. They know not what they do. It wasn't them. It was the spirit of anger in their imagination that caused them to do that.
Okay.
So forgive them so so God can take the anger away from you, all right?
Yes, sir.
He'll change your heart when you forgive.
Okay. I know I don't want to keep you on here because I know you got 100 other people who want to talk to you. I will pray for you because I think that you're doing his work. Please pray for me.
I will. I've done it already. So forgive them. You forgive those people who did that to you. They could not help themselves. And God will forgive you, and he will set you free, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Reverend.
You're welcome, buddy. What a mess. Let me go to, is it Lizzie? LIEZL? A first-time caller out of California. LIEZL, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Good morning, Jesse.
Good morning.
I just had a quick question before I wanted to answer the biblical question.
Okay.
Regarding physical pain.
The biblical question is, when was the last time you had a real conversation with another human being?
I remember I was about 14. It was with my father.
Nice.
And he told me, because when you asked that this morning, it brought me back. I thought and dug deep and asked myself, when did I have a meaningful conversation with anybody in my life? And God brought me back to that memory quickly to my father. I remember it vividly. We were stationed in the Philippines, and we used to get water on the base because the local water was contaminated. So
right,
we had a chore every few days of the week. We would travel to the base and collect water in big jugs. So that's what we were doing that day. I remember it vividly, and I don't want to tear up because I'm not one to cry.
And what is a real conversation to you?
A real conversation. It was a sincere question from a daughter to her father about high school.
Oh, okay.
And I said, well, because I was going to enter high school, and I asked him. I said, Dad, you think high school will go by fast? He said, oh, it'll go by so fast. And then he added that you will be so lucky in your life if you have one friend. And I was just, I was 14. I said, I just thought to myself, and, having lived 30, 40 years later, he's so right, Mr. Jesse.
Yeah.
He was so right. And, I never thought I'd long for my father. I have to pause just a minute. But I long for him because I was taught to hate him. From just a very young age, I think I was 4. My mother, I questioned myself, how does somebody beat up a 4-year-old now that I look back on it? And at that time, I grew up to, when I was 4, Mr. Jesse, after she beat me the way she did, and she beat me throughout my life till I was 18. At 4, I matured to a 20-year-old.
Wow.
That fast. Because I was so shocked at the physical pain I was experiencing. And I grew up to like 20. Now I have insight on how life is as a grown woman. And I have a 32, 33-year-old son, and he's my only son. So looking back, I'm astounded to what I went through.
Yeah.
But I knew God was with me at 4 years old.
And did you forgive your mother for that?
I think I forgave her last year when I started listening to you, because I had thought I had forgiven her.
And did you tell her?
I told her on the phone. I think it was in person twice, and she got she was offended. But you know,
Nice.
I understand. But that was the one. That's what I wanted to tell you. And there's one more thing about where there was another question you asked about how has your religion
Is your
helped you?
religion working for you?
How it helped, Mr. Jesse? I was introduced to Catholicism at a very young age from my mother's side, and I was like 1 or 2 years old, and I have vivid memories of my mom fighting with my dad, and I would always be with my Filipino grandmother. She would always have light a candle, and she and I would have the door closed, and we'd listen to the fight. And it was my mom fighting my dad. My dad was usually quiet. He was a very good-looking man. He was very quiet.
But when I'm asking, how is your religion working for you?
It works for me till this day because that's how I was introduced to God.
By your mama?
That's how I was.
Oh,
Through,
so you
through the
were,
religion.
you were introduced to God by hearing your mama beat your daddy?
No, my grandmother. She would be praying, and that's how I was introduced to God.
Oh, I see. And so how's it working for you now?
It's just I pay homage to the Catholic faith. I attend Mass, I'd say maybe once a week. I go to the morning Mass. It's just my way of maybe perhaps thanking God that...
Do you pray to Mary?
I don't pray to Mary. I know that she is not dead, and not all priests are bad. There's like 1 in a million that aren't bad. There was one priest that said Mary did not remain a virgin, and the whole church was kind of like gasped. After he said that, everybody was like, I could hear all the gasps. But it was a good relief that he said that, because I realized that when we do pray to the saints, quote unquote saints, it's just to ask for prayer. I don't pray to her as if she's a savior or someone.
So do the Catholics think that Mary never had sex with her husband? Well, her husband his name was Joseph or something, right?
Yeah, but Jesus had half brothers, didn't he? He had human brothers.
Yeah, Mary had some good old, sex.
Dr. I almost called you Dr. Jesse. Mr. Jesse, before I go, because I know you've got other callers, sir, and I do appreciate your show. I do. I'm a big fan of your show and the gentlemen that have shows with you.
Yes.
It's refreshing to hear clean talk, no cussing. Also, one big thing, and I'm a fan of your show because of this one big thing, and you might be surprised. I have to hurry up at 6 o'clock to hear the intro song. And I look at the chat and I just bust out laughing because the chat is so hilarious with all the ducks lined up. And then you Mr. Jesse, you're so funny.
Oh,
you don't have to try. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll call back. Hopefully I can call back and talk more.
Let me ask you something. Did you call Hake show and told him how well he speaks and stuff like that?
Well, of course he learned from you.
I know.
Remember
I'm asking you, did you call him? That was what you said about him was so true. It was like he does bring back old radio, the way radio used to be when radio.
And you know, Mr. Jesse, when you sing all the old songs, when you start to sing and sometimes you annoy your callers, but I enjoy listening to you because my dad is a mulatto. He's half white, half black.
Yeah.
And so I knew all the Motown songs because of him. And then when you start singing, like,
Hold on. I got to take a quick break. Hold on. Back in a moment. Liza.
Hey, it's
Liza, I wanted to tell you.
It's legal, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I wanted to tell you that when you called Hake that day, I happened to be listening. And you said that how well he reminded you of the radio days. And he spoke well. And I was like, she is so right about that. Hake speak really well. At one time, I tried to be like that, speak well like Hake, but it didn't work, so I went back to being black. But you were
Jesse,
so right about that.
Mr. Jesse, I'll let you go, but I just want you to know that I really do enjoy when you start singing because it's just different songs, and most of the songs that you do start singing, I know them, especially the last one is the men all pause. I couldn't stop laughing the whole day every time I thought of you. So thank you, Mr. Jesse. It's so fun listening to you. You're full of knowledge and wisdom, and I appreciate you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Bye now. 888-7753-773. That woman said that she would a nice lady call in and she would deal with menopause. Remember that? And last week, I believe. And I like, the men are paused when I walked into the room. The men are paused when I walked into the... It reminded me of that song. That was on Monday. I was talking to a Mexican lady yesterday. At the gym. And she could not believe that black people would vote for Trump. She just could not understand it. It looked like she looked around 40-something, mid 40, give or take, somewhere in there, kind of hard to know. But she doesn't understand it. And I said to her, you're one of the dumbest people I've ever met. That doesn't make sense to me. And what I realized, because I asked why, she been brainwashed. She like, I have a PhD. I bet you do. And she been brainwashed about black people. And for some reason, she believed that all black people think alike, act alike, vote alike, do everything the same. And black people don't even like one another, each other. And she doesn't understand that. It's mind-blowing. It's amazing how you could be brainwashed. And I know why now. I do understand now. I didn't before, but I do now. She's been educated to believe that. She's been lied to. But she's also, I guess she see black people, I don't know what it is. Because when you see black people, you can tell they don't like each other. Because if you don't love one, you love none. So if you don't get along with one, you're not going to get along with two. Isn't that amazing? But it was interesting. And yet there are a lot of black people who are supporting the great white hope. They're making their own minds up. Oh, amazing. So it's interesting, this story I'm about to share with you. I was thinking while driving in my car the other day how selfish homeless people are. Homeless people are some of the most evil, selfish people on this planet. And the people who give to the homeless people are evil, selfish people as well. Because they give to these people, they give money to them on the street, they give them food, they give them this, and they give them that, and it's making them worse. To the point that homeless people have no sense of responsibility, period. And I noticed that I see homeless people going around the LA area, and they go through the trash cans, and they dig out things that they want, and they throw the stuff they don't want underground, and they leave it there. They walk away and leave it there. They don't even pick it up, the stuff they don't want, and put back into the trash. And you feel good about giving to the homeless. You should stop immediately giving to the homeless. You shouldn't give them one iota of a thing. How will they get better if they don't suffer and wake up and start taking care of themselves? You are wrong for giving the people money on the streets, in the hotels, on the where you're getting off the freeways. You're wrong. And if you notice, you get like an ego where you give them money and you look around and see that someone saw you give them money and they've just taken advantage of you. You have a false sense of pride, and they have a false sense of pride because they just took advantage of you. And you made them worse. You should stop. Let's have a day of not giving a homeless person a dime or anything, because they're getting worse. And now you have the stupid government talking about giving hotel rooms and creating hotels and buildings for the homeless, and they call them unhoused. another ego. And they're just hurting the homeless. They're not helping it at all. And they know it. They literally know it. Because they put these homeless people in these apartment buildings and hotel rooms and things, and they destroy them. Oh, but you hold a press conference and talk about how good you are. Well, apparently Anaheim, California have decided they want to get these people off the street. No more sleeping on the streets. This is from KTLA 5. In its latest effort to combat the homeless crisis, the city of Anaheim City Council voted for their new law, for 3 new laws that will ban sleeping on the street. Watch this from KTLA.
The sidewalk belongs to everybody, not to an individual that want to grab that piece of land. It's not yours to grab. You either take services from us or you get out.
We've actually helped people get off the streets and put them into rehabilitation. So these ordinances, although some people may feel that they are heavy-handed, they're really necessary things for us to keep our community safe.
Anaheim already has laws prohibiting camping on public property, but did not specifically bar people from blocking public right-of-ways and businesses. But a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision that says cities can enforce bans on people sleeping in public spaces, even if shelter isn't provided, prompted the city to revisit this issue. And according to the latest count from this year, Anaheim has more than 1,400 people experiencing homelessness. Now, here is more detail on this law. Take a look. It's called Municipal Code 1111. It says including, now these are not the whole totality of the law, but here are some of the finer points. No obstructing public spaces, no leaving property on sidewalks, no sleeping or lying down on bus benches, park tables, and benches. Police and officers will have discretion whether to issue citations or make arrests for violating this new law.
Amazing. You got dumb government running dumb people. You vote these people in, and all they do is play mama. They make it worse. And yet you vote for them. Wasted our tax dollars. That's all they're doing for personal ego gratification. Here is some resident who spoke out for and against this quote-unquote new law in Anaheim, California. Watch this from KTLA 5.
But we need help to protect our employees, our guests, the people coming to the resort area. I've heard over and over again tonight that they're not going to stop coming, but you're not in meetings that we're in with people from all over the world, and it is getting out all over the world, and people don't want to come to a place that's not safe.
Can we start looking out for the homeless? Can we go ahead and get more affordable housing? That's what we do. Those of us that are house owners, that's what we should be doing. So when we go to sleep, we can sleep better.
All right, here's where that law stands right now in Anaheim. Even though it was unanimously passed, it still has to go through a second round of voting. Remember Newport Beach, they passed a similar law just a couple of weeks ago. We'll wait and see if that gets passed here on that second round of voting. That's up ahead for this law.
Amazing. Black man up there begging, take care of me. Can't take care of himself. A mama's boy. Begging. I remember when we used to go and protest at city council meetings and things like that. And when we would go up to the podium to speak to them, they didn't care at all. You could see they didn't care. They walk around and be talking to each other when they are sitting. And you're up speaking, they're looking at paperwork. They don't care. And then I used to think, how sad is this that we, the people who pay taxes, are going to some no good people and begging them to do something for you. You're paying them, and then you beg them to do the right thing, and they don't do it. Who's crazy? The taxpayers or the people they hire to work for them that don't work for them? What human beings are in a mess. 888-7753-773. It's Get It Off Your Chest Friday. Let me go to Colorado and talk to Stanley. Stanley, get it off your chest. Hey, Stanley? Let me go to...
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, Stanley.
All right. My question was, do you need to believe in God in order to know God?
Believing in God is not knowing him. You need to know God and not believe in him, but to know him.
Yeah, but do you have to believe he exists in order to know him, though?
No. Because believing in that he exists is not knowing him. Because you're stuck in the intellect of belief.
Okay. How does that work? I'm not sure how that works.
How does what work?
How can you know something or someone without believing they exist, without seeing they exist first?
Because he dwells in you. He's already with you. And you can see it if you're paying attention. You can see that he's with you.
Okay, then how do you see that he's with you?
By being aware that he's with you. By doubting every imagination and every emotion. If you can stop right now from believing thoughts, believing in an imagination, then you can know God. But if you don't get past believing into thoughts, into imagination, all you will ever do is to know about God. You will believe what you heard intellectually, but you would never know God.
Okay.
If
So
if someone had never told you about God, you would know God already.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
Okay,
as
so
a
it goes back
kid, before you were traumatized by your mother, you already knew God. You had a relationship with him. But when you were traumatized by your mother, you forgot God and went into your hell. You went into the darkness of your imagination because you became angry.
Okay. So that goes back to the whole all thoughts are all lies kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That makes more sense, I think.
So do you want to know God?
I'm not opposed to it.
But you don't want it?
I'm not sure. I'm still new to the whole God thing and not hating him.
You hated him before?
Yeah.
And
well, it wasn't I hated him. It was the ones who were preaching about him were not kind. So therefore, I came to resent God because he was being taught through a bad teacher.
So you were hating God because of the way human beings were acting?
Yeah, because
and why were
they were preaching of.
Go ahead.
Or go ahead. Well, because they were preaching about God while doing evil things. So in my mind, God was evil.
Really? And how did you come up with that in your mind? Why were you basing God on the behavior of human beings?
I was a kid.
Oh, okay.
That made sense to me at the time. And then that stuck with me for years and years and years until very, very recently when I began to disconnect people from the actions, from the everything. And now I'm more indifferent towards God. I don't really see him in any particular light. So I don't know if I yet want to know him. I am open to it, I should say. I'm not opposed to it anymore. I no longer dislike the man, but I don't know if I'm ready quote unquote ready to know him. I'm not sure even what that means.
And the people that you were judging, that were preaching about God, but they were not kind people. Were you basing that on the fact that you were kind? That you were kind? Are you a kind person?
No, I'm not.
Were you a kind person when you were judging those people?
I was not.
And so why were you judging them if you were no different?
Well, I grew up with the mother spirit in me, and so I've been judging people my entire life without even realizing it.
Oh, I see. And who were you closest to growing up, your father or your mother?
My mother, for sure.
Have you forgiven her?
I have.
Did you tell her that?
No.
And why not?
We're not on speaking terms. I reached out, but she didn't want to communicate.
Oh, okay. Fine. Yeah, well, you can't do it if she doesn't want to talk. And have you forgiven your father for not protecting you from her?
I have, and that one I did in person.
And how did that go?
It went well. He realized, or he's always known, I guess, that he was having troubles with my mother because she is a handful and a half. So he took it very well.
Nice. And so why are you asking about God now if you don't want to know him?
I'm curious. Like I said, I'm not opposed
Curiosity
to
killed the cat.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Maybe I'm coming at it too intellectually, and I just want answers to things that aren't answerable.
What's not answerable?
Like maybe the path to knowing God isn't really answerable, like globally. Maybe it's a person by person thing. So you can't tell me how to do it. Does that make sense? It's more of a, I can figure out how I return to God.
Do you want, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean globally?
I mean, I'm like advice to know God isn't just for every person. It's your journey is different than mine, different than Hake, different than Joel's. We all have our own path to take to return to God. And there's no just
no, there's only one path.
Size fits all.
There's only one path to God. Only one.
Oh, well, what's that then?
Hold on a minute. I'm glad you asked. Are you asking because you want to know? Hold on. Back in a moment, folks. Back in a moment. Here. I want to go quickly back to Stanley out of Colorado. Stanley.
Hey.
I forgot what we were talking about, where we were.
You were going to tell me, I believe, how we get to God.
Oh.
The one path we take.
But you're not sure yet if you want to know him, so it won't work for you.
Can I know it for when I am ready? I can just do it right away.
No, because you're not going to know him until you're ready to know him. You can't put, I want to know God, but I'm going to put it on hold for now, and when I'm ready, I'll come back and get it.
I see.
But when you're ready, then you can call me and I'll tell you.
Okay. Then I have one more question before we go, if I may.
Yes.
So a while back, during one of the churches, you put homework in place.
Yes.
For everyone to drop their morals.
Right.
How do you do that, and what does that mean?
You drop your moral by dropping your imagination about morality. Because all human beings are living in an illusion that they are moral people, and they're not. And it's because it's coming from the intellectual teaching from the parents, the teachers, the churches. And that's why the morality is not working, because they're just ideas about morality, and they're not real, so they don't work. Ideas don't work. Ideas about morality, ideas about God, ideas about anything except physical things does not work. So if you drop your idea that you are a moral person, then you should know what morality is. But if you notice, no one is moral. Everyone who think that they're moral are evil people. They're angry, they're jealous, they're destructive, they're revengeful, they gossip, they hate the children, they hate the husband, they hate the wife, they hate the family members. They have no love, but in their mind they know God. They think that they're moral, and they think that their morality works, and it doesn't. They can't even see that it doesn't work. They have no peace.
Okay, so basically...
So when
don't
you
judge.
drop the idea that you're a moral person, then you shall become moral.
Okay, so is that one... Is it basically don't judge others or yourself?
If you were a moral person, it would be impossible to judge. You wouldn't be able to judge if you wanted to. If you were truly a moral person.
Okay, yeah, all right. That one makes sense.
Amazing.
All right. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Stanley. You too. Have a good one. I want to show you something really quick. That is, there's like a number 10 list of the most dumbest thing that human beings do. This is one of them. Really, I want you to pay attention if you want, but this is one of the most dumbest things I've ever heard and seen human beings do. And I've heard some pretty dumb stuff. I mean, I've heard stuff that I'm like, what the? But I understand. There's this gym club called the LA Fitness, right? And it's being reported that the LA Fitness is getting sued by the Justice Department over alleged discrimination. Talking about taking discrimination too far. This is a perfect example. This is so insane. I don't know what to say. You know these people in their imagination. Come out of your imagination. It was just my imagination running away with me. It was just my imagination running away with me. Soon we'll be married and have a family. Oh yeah, just imagination. This is from NBC LA. The Justice Department said it's seeking money damages for people harmed by LA Fitness discrimination. Watch this first soundbite from NBC LA.
LA Fitness has more than 700 gyms across the country, more than 100 in California alone. Now the gym's parent company, Irvine-based Fitness International, is facing a federal lawsuit alleging it discriminates against people with disabilities.
We saw people who couldn't access the pool, people who couldn't access the jacuzzi, people who couldn't access shower facilities. One individual who wasn't even able to access the entrance.
U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says dozens of people have come forward to the Department of Justice with similar complaints.
For us, enforcing civil rights is critical, especially civil rights involving individuals with accessibility issues. Accessibility is one of the civil rights that doesn't get enough attention.
Wow. You see how the dark world of the imagination can... It causes you to function in the wrong way. Civil rights. No such thing as civil rights. If that club doesn't want to do some stupid stuff to let some handicapped person get into the gym, they have a right to do that. It's a private club. And no Department of Justice Or stupid people have the right to go and complain, and now you're getting sued because you decided you want to design your club in the way you wanted to. And you don't like it, you can't go to the shower, then go home and shower. Or don't go to the gym and whatever. You can't sue that. Why don't you just go somewhere else? That's not civil rights. That reminds me of when the blacks, the Bloods, started listening to the wicked NAACP and the so-called civil rights leaders. And they were going and protesting because the civil rights leaders told them to. And they were like, white people won't let you in their cafe. Go in there anyway and sit at the counter and demand a cup of coffee. Bruh. And the older generation would say, what the? White people have the right in their own restaurant to say, we're not going to serve you. They get up every morning. They built that. And they don't want your business. They have a right not to. It's the same thing with the club. There's no such thing as civil rights. Talk about taking the joke too far. That's ridiculous. But they're suing for it. And because they made up the words, civil rights. They are getting away with it. And some of those people probably, I don't know, but just suing for the money. They're late, they ain't doing no real workouts. Isn't that amazing? These so-called handicapped people, it's not the club fault that you're handicapped. Go build your own club. My grandparents used to always tell me, and it still sticks right now, somebody don't want you at their house, go home. Don't get mad at them. They have a right not to want you over. If they don't want you there, fine. They have a right not to. They don't want you at their party, their church, or whatever. Oh, okay. And don't be mad at them for that. That's ridiculous. Here's just a little bit more on this lawsuit from NBC LA.
The complaint filed today in Central District Court says LA Fitness fails to maintain pool and spa lifts at many of its locations, detailing the experiences of 4 members listed as patrons A through D. One man, patron B, who has cerebral palsy and is quadriplegic, says he was forced to crawl out of the pool using the stairs, which caused him pain and abrasions. Another member alleges even when the pool lifts appeared to be working, she experienced being stuck and dangling over the water. The lawsuit claims members often complained about inaccessible bathroom showers and facilities and broken elevators that were never fixed.
They didn't just sit on their hands and do nothing. They came forward and spoke with employees and spoke with management to try to fix these issues so that we wouldn't have to end up in litigation. But that didn't fix the problem. So as a last resort, they came to us, they came to the Department of Justice, and now we are taking action.
The Department of Justice also says members with disabilities were charged extra fees to have a personal assistant, friend, or nurse help them use LA Fitness facilities.
This is so evil, I don't even know what to tell you. Okay, you can't get out of the pool. Then you just say, "Oh, I can't get in out of the pool. I ain't getting in this pool no more. I'm gonna go to another location where the pool works." You don't go sue the people because their pool are not working. Idiot, go make your own pool. And of course, the lawyers are gonna sue because they want the money. That doesn't make sense to me. If LA Fitness, when they decided that they were to design a gym, I'm pretty sure, I don't have total proof, they wouldn't sit around thinking, oh, well, what are we going to do about the handicap? Can the handicap get in and out of the pool? Those people that are complaining about the pool are crybabies. Go make your own pool. or stay away. They don't make you go to those gyms. Remember the good old days when it was that way? If you didn't like a location, you didn't like how something worked, you just move on. Okay, this is no good. I'm going to somewhere else and put my money there. They should create space for bald-headed people so they don't be embarrassed when they have to put hats on to work out because everybody looking at them, and so they have to put hats on. So they need to have a space for bald-headed people. Wouldn't that be considered a handicap when you're bald-headed? A bald-headed gym. Because now you don't have to work out in a cap, a hat, and sweating through it. Lord, these things are out of control because of this thing here. The ego. The ego. Evil. Your imagination is evil. The nature is evil. And you have agreed with an evil nature, you are evil. I was talking to a guy out of a different country, counseled with him yesterday. And he was like, Jesse, I can't believe how evil I am. He was like, I've been watching myself. I had no idea. Do you know how evil you really are? And you think it's coming from someone else and it's coming out of you? Have you ever thought about that? So my PR guy is happy that I'm going to create a space at a gym for bald-headed people. And so me, bald-headed? Oh, yeah, huh? Huh? You don't know?
I don't know. Is it on purpose or not? I'm not sure. But either way, it would be bald, right? So
it's bald whether it's purpose or not. Bald is bald is bald is bald. Yes, he bald. Dare say he is bald. Me, my PR guy. Nick, real fast, what do you think about these people can sue the gym because the gym is not doing it their way?
you can tell. You can see in that lawyer that he's looking for he doesn't care about civil rights.
I don't say anything as civil right.
This is a total payday.
It's all about the money. Money, money, money.
You know what, though?
Money. What?
If I may add, to express just how bad, I guess, people in this country, their mentality have gone. One part of me there's a part of me far away. I'm pushing it deep away. I swear, Jesse, I'm pushing it away. That's like, oh, but you gotta help out the
what?
You gotta make sure the elevator's working for the disabled people.
Why? As soon as
I'm telling you, I'm pushing it away, so don't worry about it.
But why do you feel that way, though? Or think that way?
I can't say I really do, but the thought crossed my mind, and I could see how my generation wouldn't even question that. Would maybe get that thought and be like, yeah, you have to help them out.
Why?
Beta. Like, I don't really feel like that. I'm just telling you how the generation might feel.
But you're getting that out of your thought, you said.
Sure.
But you think that, okay, this company should have an elevator for the handicap.
Wait, what was your question?
You think that the gym should be forced to have an
Not
elevator
forced.
for the they're suing them if they don't have it.
Right. No, not forced.
Uh,
See, I'm trying to express how my generation might not even think that deeply about it. They wouldn't think about, oh, you shouldn't force someone to do it. They just think, oh, I feel bad for the handicapped person.
The blacks feel like the whites need to be forced to cater to them, to give them whatever they want, let them destroy their communities, their businesses, and everything. It's slavery. You saw that stupid mayor from, that's an amazing video, by the way, Nick. that stupid mayor from Chicago talking about slavery and all that.
It's crazy, and they calling it civil rights. You know it's a lie.
Well, yeah. What a mess. 888-7753-773. Let me go to Denny out of Bulgaria. Denny, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Good day, Mr. Peterson. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Hey, Denny.
Hi, I'm calling Mr. Peterson. You know how you always advise people to, when they're on a first date, to ask the woman, if we get married, are you going to obey me?
Right.
Mr. Peterson, last Saturday I went on a date with the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. She was perfect. And she was, you don't know what happened. She was too perfect. And I remember I looked at her, I said, listen, and she was a Christian lady. She goes to church a lot. I said, do you believe in the order of God? You know, God in Christ in men? And she was like, yeah, I believe in that. I said, if we get married, are you going to obey me? Oh, Mr. Peterson, she started cursing at me. She said, who do you think? She calling me all kind of names, called me a swine. How much money do you get? I bet I make more money than you. She went to the bartender, Mr. Peterson. She paid the whole bill. And she started shouting at me. It was so funny. It was like the...
I thought you said she was a beautiful woman.
And she still is.
You said this was the most beautiful woman you ever met, but yet you described nothing but hell.
That's exactly what I'm calling you, Mr. Peterson. It works perfect. All the hell came out. And I would rather live alone in heaven than with that monster in hell. All the hell.
That was good that she paid the bill, huh?
She paid the whole thing, and she left the tip. It was crazy, Mr. Peterson.
That is too funny, Danny.
No, I had to call you. It works. Look her in the eye and ask her, are you going to obey me? And just see what happens. That woman was insane.
That is funny, man. Amazing story. Thank you.
Have a nice day, Mr. Peterson. Regards to your audience and your colleagues, and God bless you, sir.
All right, you too, buddy. Thank you. What an amazing story, huh? He's like, she's the most beautiful woman I ever met. All the hell. Thomas out of Michigan. Thomas, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Jesse.
Good morning, Thomas.
So listen, I heard a tail-end conversation of you and Tony from California about the Aryan Brotherhood.
About the what?
Aryan Brotherhood.
Okay. I don't remember, but go ahead.
Well, they were planning to kill some Jews, and the FBI did a big sting on them and arrested them, and you was upset about it because you said
I wasn't upset about it. I wasn't upset.
Yeah, you was upset.
I wasn't upset.
You sounded upset.
Well, that to me, I was. My point was, it was down in, if I remember correctly, Thomas. It was down in San Bernardino, California. They had arrested these Aryan Brotherhoods, I believe, and we played that. We played the video of it, and the point was they held this big news conference about how they have arrested the Aryan Brotherhood, and while the people of color, they go out and commit real crimes, no big deal, no bail bond, no police, no nothing. But if a white person should even look like they want to do something like that, it's a big deal. And my point was, is in the white man's country, he is under attack by the people of color who don't know how to do anything good. And I was wondering, why do white people not speak up for themselves?
So can I speak on that now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first thing, you said a couple things that's totally false. Here in Detroit, they did a huge sting of about 30 to 40 black guys. I just went on the FBI website in Boston 2 weeks ago. They did a 40 sting on some black people.
I'm being told that was in San Bernardino.
No, I know that. I'm saying they do other.
Hold on 1 minute, Thomas. Hold on. James, was it in San Fernando or San Bernardino? San Fernando. Okay, San Fernando Valley, not San Bernardino. Correction.
Exactly. My point is, they have done things. They just did one in this big Dominican game in New York gang about 6 months ago, but they had the largest roundup of these white guys, and they wasn't just a gang. They were going to kill Jews, and they had guns and fentanyl and all that. So the other drug dealers here...
Who did that?
The Aryan Brotherhood.
Right.
They were like domestic terrorists, so
But
that
you're
it becomes
the
a
point.
bigger story.
I'm not saying what they were doing was right or wrong. What I'm saying is that there is an attack upon white people in the Western world.
How is it an attack?
And it's the white man who founded and built the greatest country on this side of heaven. And if it wasn't for the white man, there would be no Western world.
Okay.
And then I had a guy call from London, and he was agreeing the same thing is happening over there as well.
Okay. Well, let me correct you. This place was already here, and you know it's the natives. The white man was kicked out of Europe, most of the criminals. They came over here and made this a European,
First
Western
of all, the report,
utopia. Let me finish. Quit cutting me off.
The report that you were talking about killing the Jews or something like that,
they were going to do that.
No, they weren't. That wasn't even the same report. No, that's not true.
That was the Aryan Brotherhood.
No, it
they had
wasn't
plans
the same.
to do that, Jesse.
It wasn't, Thomas.
Okay, I'll let you have that. Go
It
ahead.
wasn't the same report. You are doing a false
that's
misinformation.
what I read.
You didn't read that
that's
about.
what I read,
you
Jesse.
didn't read that about the report that I reported on.
Okay. I'm gonna let you.
Why
for the
are
sake
you
of argument,
trying to?
I'm gonna let you have it.
Why are you trying to connect another report to this report that I report? It wasn't the
I'm
same.
not. I heard. This is what I heard about an Aryan Brotherhood.
Not the
they
report.
were planning to do that.
Not the report that I reported on.
Okay. If that's what you say, I'm not going to argue about it. You can have that because I don't want to put out false information.
Yeah.
But you're saying that they don't arrest other people or they don't make these things.
No.
They just did one here in Detroit. It's just not on the news, not because they're white.
My primary point is there is an attack upon white people. Is that true or not?
There's no attack. What you're failing to realize is that white supremacy is dying. So people of color, and I hear you all the time saying white man got to be in control, white man or the country going to be a ghetto. It's just not dominated. They have 400 years to do that. So the times have finally changed. White supremacy is dying. So the dog whistle of Make America Great Again is Make America White Again.
Thomas.
That's why he caters to white supremacist right wing.
Thomas.
You know this, Jesse.
Thomas.
Go ahead.
Number one, I want to ask. Is there an attack upon the white man or white people?
There's no attack. What you're saying is the white man is not having his dominance anymore.
One thing at a time. Is there an attack upon the white man?
There's no attack. What you're saying is he's losing grip to power. He's dominated this country for 400 plus years.
He's supposed
so he's just losing
dominate.
his grip.
He's supposed
to dominate because,
he
like you
the
said,
country.
Excuse me. Just like you told Ronnie from Ohio.
Ron, Thomas, if the white man is the founder of this country, should he rule the country?
No way.
Why not?
Because it's supposed to be united. Let me say that again, just in case you didn't catch it. United states, meaning all races that are citizens here, we united. When Ronnie from Ohio said, Jesse, if I'm a black man, I vote, I'm born in this country, is this my country too? You said yes.
Right.
So this is Jesse's country, Thomas's country. Everybody here is their country. This is not the white man's country. Quit saying that. We all make up a part of the country.
He founded the country.
No, he didn't. He stole
ask.
it and made it his.
Let me ask.
You sound retarded, man. Stop.
Thomas, let me ask.
Go ahead.
If I buy a house, I own the house.
Yeah.
And then you come and you move vacation in my house or you stay at my house temporarily until you get your own house. Do I still own the house or do you own the house?
Well, You were never the owner of the house if you stole that house and that land,
That's not
correct?
the question.
That is the question.
That's not the question.
If you stole it, Jesse, how
That's
can
not.
you be
I
the
didn't
owner?
ask you anything. I know black people like to steal, but that's not what I asked you about.
Go ahead. Black people like to steal.
So,
well, white people stole the country.
Thomas,
you sound crazy.
Thomas,
Go ahead. Yes.
If I allow you to come into my home until
Yes.
you can find your own home, right?
Yes.
Do I
Yes,
own the
yes,
home or you own the home?
If you bought the house, it's your home. You
Okay.
have the mortgage. You paid the loan. But let's say
And then
this.
if
So
the-
answer my question now.
And
Wait.
then
So
if
why
the
don't you answer my
white man,
question?
I will. If the white man founded the country, and they did, and then
he
they
didn't.
established one of the greatest countries in the whole wide world ever,
Okay.
and they allow other people to come into the country, do the white
Okay.
man own the country, or do the other people come into the country own it?
Only if it was his originally.
No,
You
answer
said
that.
founded.
I didn't
Hold
ask you
on.
about
said
no
founded.
original.
Okay, I'm going to say no because
Okay.
he did not found it, Jesse.
He
It was
did.
a Native American.
That's not true.
Is the white man a Native American, Jesse? Just answer that question.
It's not
Is he a
true.
Native?
Thomas.
Is he a Native American, the Caucasian?
So what now?
Is the Caucasian that calls himself white man, is he a native of America or a native from Europe? Did he come here from Europe to Pilgrims and find this place?
I don't understand the
Christopher
question.
Columbus and all them?
I don't understand
The
the question.
question is, this was not his. He came over and made it his. He stole it. Just like the South Africans that you say, oh, they were there.
But you're
no, they're
right.
from Europe.
I think I understand now. You're right. The white people are Native American.
No, they're not native. They're
because
native of Europe.
You're right in that they are Native American because they founded the country.
They're
So
not native. Native means
They
you were
are
already
native.
here. You didn't come from somewhere. You got to
What?
understand your history, Jesse. Why don't you understand your history?
Do you understand that before the white man came, this wasn't America?
It was America.
No, it wasn't.
It was called Turtle Island. It was America.
No.
Yes, it was.
The
South
Indians
America,
was fighting-
Central America.
Thomas, the Indians were fighting each other and smoking pot. Pot.
And the white man
That's
was
all
in
they-
Europe fighting and killing
That's
each other.
all they were doing.
So just can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I heard you say black people beg for reparations.
Yes.
Did I just not hear you beg for $100,000 and you have a church, the Fall Estate, bond house, JLP show, credit union, counseling, T-shirts, and you had $300,000 plus donated to buy a new building? Are you begging for money?
I ain't too proud to beg.
You get money every day.
Listen, I got the answer. I ain't too proud to
quit begging.
beg. And
So
you
why you
know,
begging?
please don't leave me, girl.
I got to pay my
Thank you,
employees. And
Thank you, Thomas. He's jealous. He's jealous. What the? And he's right. Today I need to raise $100,000 today. We got payroll. We're fixing the studio. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff. Go to rebuildingtheman.com and make a donation. And I see that you are donating. Thank you. We need $100,000 today. All right. Oh, man, Thomas is jealous. He's nice. And he's not telling y'all that we do all this stuff for free. You know what I mean? And people are being helped. And they just not think, some will think, oh, I forgot I should donate. Give back to where I've been given. And it's spiritual to give back. Go to rebuildingtheman.com/donate. Rebuildingtheman.com/donate. Or call 800-411-BOND. Make a donation, all right? 800-411-BOND. And I don't know why Thomas is so upset. My point is, and everybody knows it, that, and I'm not determining whether whatever they were doing was right or wrong, but my point is that I noticed that in America today, if the white people even think about doing something wrong, they don't even have to do it. They just need to think about it. It's called thought control, right? They arrest them. But in the people of color, in the white man's land, they do something, and they are doing it every day, robbing stores and just carrying on. No bail bond, no big deal, no problem. If a white man was to commit a crime against a person of color, it's a hate crime right off the bat. It's a hate crime. But if a non-white person commit a crime toward a white person, they got to think about it. We got to look into this. Thomas, do you think that's right? Why do you hate the man that let you in their land? They let you in. They didn't have to. It was a big mistake, by the way. I guess the white man would try to be Christian. Let me go back to the busy phone, then I want to get to the super chat. Jerome is a first-time caller out of New Jersey. Jerome, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jessica, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Jerome.
Okay, perfect.
I grew up with a friend by the name of Jerome, and he had a brother named Clarence, and they had a big family. So he my friend from Alabama.
Oh, well, he sounds like me. I have a big family, too.
Right on. Go ahead.
Oh. So I had a question that I wanted to start off with, but I did want to go back to, I think his name was Thomas. He was a caller.
Oh, yes.
Thomas had made a, sorry, give me 1 second. Thomas had made a point that, or you had made a point to Thomas that this country is white people's country because they founded it.
Yes.
So that is almost, well, that's not almost, it's exactly the same as these black people that say that they're entitled to reparations because their ancestors worked fields.
Right.
So it's the same thing. There's not one white person alive today that founded the country.
There's not one person that founded the country?
There's not one white person alive today that founded the country. So you said that it's white people's country.
Oh, I see. And your point is what?
That why do you make that point, that it's white people's country? Because they founded it. But
that's an amazing question, Jerome. So here's the deal. Let's say that I buy a house, right? I own the house. I buy this house. And then I let others come to live there for a while until they get on their feet. I still own the house. They've gone out and bought a house. They own the house. So they're owning a house in my opportunity, in my country, right? And let's say that I die and the house is still there, and I give the house to my black son or my black grandkids or great-grandkids. It's still the same. They still own it because it just was passed down to them. That doesn't mean they don't own it.
But the country wasn't passed down to anybody.
It was passed down to other whites.
From Thomas Jefferson and the founding fathers, who did they pass it down to?
To their family and to their friends and to their family, those who took over, and others who was involved with it as well.
But they didn't pass. I mean, the U.S. government owns the nation, so it's not that they passed it down. It's just that the people that were elected and that are in office now, there's the ones that take over. It's not like a company where you could pass it down to your kids. It's
what do you mean by the U.S. government own the nation?
The U.S. government owns this country.
No, it doesn't.
Then who does?
We own it. We the people own it.
No, we the people live here, but we don't own it.
Well, one thing you're
we pay
right
taxes
about,
and we elect different officials, but that's not ownership.
One
that's
thing
just
you
participating in the country that we live in.
One thing you're right about, we the people have allowed the government to take over the country, and we the people. And we the people pretend the government own it, but it is owned by we the people. The government does not own it.
Oh, that's wrong. I did have another call
But Hake want to respond to what you were saying about it's not passed down. So what do you want to? Have you heard of Hake, of the Hake Report?
Oh yeah, I listen to the show all the time.
Oh, right on. Yes, Hake.
In the Declaration of Independence, I believe, the founders said that this country is for us and our posterity, meaning our children. So it is passed down to the people.
Yeah, but I mean, the Constitution is, we know how loose the Constitution is followed today. Just because you found that one line doesn't make it true.
What do you mean by that? It is true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying
that
doing
one
the
line
today
is true.
But who in the government today had the country passed down to them? Like, how can you trace it back to Thomas Jefferson and then the people that wrote the Declaration of Independence? Like, who? I'm saying, who specifically can you say it was passed down to?
The
That's
Americans.
why I'm just trying to make that. And I don't want to stay on this point. I did call
It
for
was
another
passed
point that I
down
had.
to the Americans.
Okay. I mean, we can go back and forth about this all day, but I mean, it still doesn't prove.
Do you think that it's right that? Do you think that it would be right for the government to own the land rather than the people?
Oh, I'm not talking about right and wrong. That's a completely different topic. I'm just talking about reality and what is.
But reality, even the government knows that they don't own the country. Otherwise, they would push their way even further than they already do. They only fool people into thinking that the reality is that they only fool the people into thinking that the government owns the country.
Okay. I mean, you will have a tough time going to Capitol Hill and trying to tell them that, but I mean,
they would agree with me. The ones who actually know what they're talking about would agree with me.
I mean, they have the guns and the tanks and everything else and all the money. I mean, they do run the country.
But that's irrelevant.
But that don't mean that they
that's
own the
That's partly
country.
why the founders didn't want a standing military.
Yeah.
Because it's a military against the people.
But anyway, Jerome, you wanted to make another point too. I have to run before I go.
Yeah. Yeah, the question I wanted to ask is, why do you say that people shouldn't have opinions of themselves, but you call yourself an alpha male?
Because the people should have an opinion because we are all incapable of having an opinion. We don't create our own opinion. And opinions are always wrong.
But an alpha male is an opinion.
I don't call myself that.
I've heard you call yourself
You
that.
may hear me say that playing around, but that's not how I see myself.
I've heard you definitely
I just told
say
you,
that
you
were
may
alpha
hear me.
male on multiple occasions, and you were very serious when you said it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jerome. I absolutely appreciate it.